आहे का? हा हा.
हॅलो हॅलो,
आवाज येतो मॅडम? येतो आवाज?
येतोय ना आवाज?
येतोय.
मी डायरेक्ट सुरू करेन आणि मग हे ओके.
सर पवार मॅडम जॉईन केलं त्यांनी? हॅलो हॅलो, इज इट मिस प्लाविनी पवार इज प्रेझेंट हिअर? हॅलो पवार मॅडम. सर पवार मॅडम जॉईन केलं त्यांनी? हॅलो, हा नाही दिसत आहे. हॅलो, इज इट मिस प्लाविनी पवार इज प्रेझेंट हिअर? हॅलो पवार मॅडम. सर पवार मॅडम जॉईन केलं त्यांनी? हॅलो, हा नाही दिसत आहे. हॅलो,
माईक म्यूट करायला सांगा ना. सूर्यवंशी मॅडम.
Please unmute your microphone.
Yes,
Please.
yes. Good morning, all of you. Those please who are muted themselves, please unmute. Unmute the mic. Very soon we will start the program.
No, ma'am. Unmute. No.
It's mute.
Mute.
Yes.
Suryanshi ma'am, we can start now. It's now 8:30.
Shall we start now, sir? It's 8:30. Yes.
8:30. We can start now.
We have given time of 8:40.
Hello,
Okay.
ma'am. Our timing of start the webinar is 8:40.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
8:40.
Thank you.
Yes. We'll wait for.
So we can wait for 10 minutes.
Yes, we'll do.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
It's request to all the participants to mute their mic. Very soon we will start for the webinar.
Is it Pawar madam is joined? Srimati Plavini Pawar. Yes, she is joining now. Thank you.
Am I audible, sir? Katigaokar, sir, am I audible?
Hi, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning and welcome, madam.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Welcome.
Good morning, Miss Plavini.
Thank you. Thank you.
Power ma'am, I will make you co-host that you can share your presentation or
Sure. Let me do one thing. I have joined in from my cell phone. Let me join in from my laptop so that I can share.
that particular laptop. No, is it having a name of yours or any other name?
No, I will join in as a
Power.
via.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Shall we start now, sir?
You can start, ma'am.
Patni, sir, madam, shall we start? Katigaonkar, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can proceed.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Good morning and welcome all of you. On behalf of Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samajas, Karmavir Shantaram Bapu Kondaji Vavre, Arts, Science and Commerce College, popularly known as KSKW College, Sidco. I am Deepali Suryamshi. Welcome all the dignitaries who have participated in this international webinar on human rights and COVID-19 pandemic organized by Faculty of Social Sciences. We will begin with the inauguration. For that, I welcome governing body of Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj Nashik, Honorable Dr. Tushar Shevare, President of Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj, Honorable Shri Manikra Boraste, Sabhapati, MVP Samaj, Honorable Shri Raghunana Ahire, Upasabhapati, MVP Samaj, Honorable Shrimati Nilima Tai Pawar, Sir Chitnis, MVP Samaj, Honorable Dr. Sunil Dhikale, Chitnis, MVP Samaj. All honorable management members and staff representatives of MVP Samaj Nashik. I welcome
Madam, you have muted yourself, I suppose. Again muted.
Katigaonkar, sir, please unmute myself. Yes. I welcome all members of Advisory Board, Honorable Shri Nana Sahib Mahale, Executive Committee Member, MVP Samaj, Rajyogi Brahma Kumari Mrityunjay Bhai, Chairman, Education Wing, Rajyogi Education and Research Foundation, Rajasthan, Honorable Professor Dr. Anjali Kurne, Dean, Faculty of Humanities, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune, Honorable Dr. P.D. Devre, former Dean and President, Maharashtra Political Science and Public Administration Conference. I want to make a note here. Due to some unavoidable reason, Dr. Devre sir is not able to join us today, but he has conveyed us the best wishes. Honorable Principal Dr. Pramod Pawar, Dean and President, Maharashtra Political Science and Public Administration Conference, Honorable Principal Dr. Balakrishna Kamble, Chairman, BOS Political Science, SPPU Pune, Honorable Professor Dr. R.G. Rasa, Chairman, BOS Business Economics, SPPU Pune, Honorable Professor Dr. Sambhaji Kare, Chairman, BOS Economics, SPPU Pune, Honorable Professor Dr. Narendra Deshmukh, Chairman, BOS Psychology, SPPU Pune, Honorable Professor Dr. Sanjay Savai, Head of Sociology Department, KTHM College, Nashik. I welcome all resource persons of the webinar, Honorable Srimati Plavini Pawar from USA, Honorable Professor Dr. Iman Matthew John from Mumbai, Honorable Professor Dr. Srimati Shruti Tambe from Pune, Honorable Professor Dr. Srimati Manjiri Karikar from Pune. I welcome all members of organizing committee, Honorable Dr. J.D. Sonkhaskar Madam, Principal, KSKW College and convener of this webinar, Honorable Dr. Mangala Nikumbh, co-convener, Honorable Professor Raviraj Vatne, coordinator of the webinar, Honorable Dr. D.N. Pawar, IQC coordinator. I welcome Faculty of Social Science, Dr. Sadhna Patil, Dr. Ashalata Sonavne, Dr. Shubhangi Gosavi, Dr. Ashok Bimber, Mrs. Harshala Suryavamshi, and others, and all colleagues and friends, as well as all research scholars, students, participants from various corners of the world in this webinar on human rights and COVID-19 pandemic. Human right is the basic concept which covers the right of life of everyone, including women, children, employers, employees, citizens, senior citizens, third gender, migrants, and so on. This webinar is going to focus on some of these aspects with the context of COVID-19 pandemic. So without wasting much time, I request Professor Watney sir, the coordinator of this event, to say a few words. Professor Watney sir.
Thank you, ma'am. This delightful morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay.
Yes.
This delightful morning, I, Raviraj Watne, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, feel very privileged and honored to welcome each one of you for the webinar on human rights and COVID-19 pandemic. Our distinguished resource persons, Ms. Lavini Pawar, Dr. Ivan John, Srimati Professor Dr. Shruti Dambe, Srimati Professor Dr. Manjari Karekar ma'am, Honorable Principal of our college, Dr. J.D. Sonkhaskar, all my colleagues, and all the enthusiastic participants. I would like to share about my parent institute. That is Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj is our parent institute with the motto of Bahujan Hitaya, Bahujan Sukhaya. Our institution has been over 170 years that it has stood the test of time to become a legend of unparalleled stature. The Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj is one of the most prestigious center of learning in the state of Maharashtra. It manages 485 educational units with around 2 lakh students. The history that the credit of birth of MEP Samaj goes to young, enthusiastic, and devoted team of social workers, Karmavir Raosaib Thorat, Karmavir Bahusaib Hire, Karmavir Kaka Sahib Wagh, Karmavir Ganpat Dada More, Karmavir Anna Sahib Murkute, Karmavir D.R. Bhosle, who laid the foundation of MEP Samaj, and Advocate B.G. Thakre, Advocate Vittal Rao Hande, and Dr. Vasantrao Pawar are the major contributor of Samaj. And now in the days, Honorable Nilimati Pawar and governing body members are giving their contribution for the institution. And about a few words about our college, that is Karmavir Shantaram Bapu Pondaji Vaure, Arts, Commerce and Science College, Uttam Nagar, Sidco, Nasik, Maharashtra, popularly known as Sidco College, is one of the leading college of MEP Samaj and was established in June 1993 and is affiliated to Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune, Maharashtra. NAC re-aggregated with A grade, the CGPA score is 3.20. The college received a Best College Awards from Savitribai Phule Pune University in 2009-10, also received the State Award of Best NSS Unit and Best Program Officer in 2020-21. The college offers degree program in arts, commerce, science, computer science, and various type of BOC degree diplomas. The college has earned a name and fame due to its academic excellence, regularity, punctuality of its rigorous routine, and highly standard of discipline, administrative control, and progressive outlook to serve the society. That's all. I would like to request Dr. Dipali Suryanshi to take the program ahead from this point of view. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful thing to listen from you about our institution. Now, I request our principal, Honorable Dr. J.D. Sonkhaskar, Madam, who is the source of motivation to all of us to preface this webinar. Dr. Sonkhaskar, Madam.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, Madam. Yes, you are.
Hello and good morning, one and all, and welcome. I, Principal Dr. J.D. Sonkhaskar, welcome you all for this international webinar on human rights and COVID-19 pandemic, organized by IQSC and Faculty of Social Sciences, KSKW, Arts, Science and Commerce College, SIDCO, Nasik. First of all, I convey my deep gratitude for our parent institute, Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj, Nasik, and Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune, for granting us permission to organize this international webinar. Also, I would like to express my huge appreciation towards the resource persons who accepted our invitation and agreed to share their valuable insights. Let me now communicate my views about this webinar. Main theme of the webinar is human rights and COVID-19 pandemic. This webinar focuses on the social research which helped human rights development. This in turn becomes a tool to look towards future horizons. The sub-theme of the webinar are human rights and women, human rights and child, human rights and employees, human rights and senior citizens, human rights and third gender, human rights and migration. According to United Nations, human rights are rights we have simply because we exist as human beings. They are not granted by any state. These universal rights are inherent to us regardless of nationality, sex, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, language, or any other status. Human rights include the right to life and liberty, freedom from slavery and torture, freedom of opinion expressions, the right to work and education, and many more. Everyone is entitled to these rights without any discrimination. Today, we all know that whole world is facing the crisis of COVID-19 pandemic. The global public health has become to core. The priority is to save lives. During this pandemic, human rights violations are reported from different parts of the world in huge number. According to group of intellectuals, the key human rights concerns that must be addressed in facing the challenges posed by the pandemic are respect rights, ensure access, focus staff, women and child, deploy technology, permit dissent, include everyone, protect vulnerable, eliminate racism. The World Health Organization declared the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health as a fundamental right. During this COVID-19 pandemic, numbers of human rights violation cases reported on social platform by women, children, employees, senior citizens, and third genders has increased. Hence, it is now the time to think seriously and get some concrete solution on the problems faced by various parts of the society across the globe. Our institute has given an excellent opportunity by getting a platform of express and discuss the views of human rights during this pandemic situation by organizing this webinar. I'm very glad to share. I'm very glad to state that during this one day of the webinar, you will enjoy treasure of knowledge by eminent researchers and social workers with excellent motivation. The outstanding personalities for this international webinar are Dr. Manjiri Karekar, Professor and HOD, Department of Political Science from SP College, Pune. Professor Dr. Shruti Tambe, Chairman BOS, Sociology, Department of Sociology, Savitribai Phule University, Pune. Dr. Ivan Matthew John from Sophia College, Mumbai. Srimati Plavini Pawar from USA. I hope you will enjoy this webinar thoroughly and would take away good learnings. Last but not least, I would like to appreciate our team of social sciences for their efforts to make this event a great success. I will end my speech by remembering the inspirational quote by Mother Teresa. I can do things you cannot. You cannot do things I cannot. Together we can do great things. Thank you again, once again. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your motivation and support. Without your support and guidance, we could not have organized such events. Thank you very much. Friends, before starting our first session, I would like to welcome our chairperson of the sessions, Honorable Professor Dr. Shripati Manjari Karikar, and request Ashwini Kadam Madam to introduce her. Ashwini Kadam Madam.
Yes. Thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes. Karmavir Shantaram Bapu Kondaji Vavre, Arts, Science and Commerce College has organized international webinar on human rights and COVID-19. And I'm happy and super excited to introduce our chairperson for the webinar. Our guest or chairperson of the webinar is Honorable Dr. Manjari Satish Karekar. She is professor and head of the Department of Politics at the Department of SP College, Pune. She has recognized. She is actually recognized research guide for MPhil and PhD at Savitribai Phule, Pune University and Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapit, Pune as well. She has worked as external referee too. She has published writings in Marathi Vishwakosh. She has published various national and international journals, and even she has edited books. She has attended various workshops and she has attended and organized various workshops. She has participated and presented papers in various seminars and conferences as well. She was a member of Board of Studies of Political Science of Savitribai Phule Pune University between 2010 to 15 and 15. She has worked as at the Board of Studies of Social Sciences at Maharashtra State Secondary and Higher Secondary Board, Pune, between 2014 and 16. She has also worked at Equivalence Committee of Maharashtra State Secondary and Higher Secondary Board, Pune, between 2015 and 16. She has worked at Board of Studies of Political Science of Modern College, Pune, and Board of Studies of MIT University as well. She has been appointed as subject expert by Sarthi, which is an autonomous government body at Pune. She has worked as member of various committees of Savitribai Phule, Pune University. Her contribution to the field of education has not gone unnoticed as we come to know or see the series of awards she has received. She has been awarded with Mani Ratna Shikshak Gaurav Puraskar in 2012. She has been awarded by uh, Rashtra Seva Puraskar in 2013, Shikshak Gaurav Puraskar in 2016, and she has been awarded for various times for the best paper presentation as well. So I welcome you, ma'am. It is we are very happy to have you with us, and thank you so much for being with us. Now over to you, Deepali, madam. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, madam, for introducing such a dynamic person to us. Now, friends, we will begin our first technical session. For that, we have a dynamic person among us, Srimati Plavini Pawar, who is going to talk on human rights and employees. For introducing her, I request Dr. Ashalata Sonavne ma'am. Dr. Ashalata Sonavne madam. Before introduction, I would like to request all the participants to mute themselves. Dr. Ashalata Sonavne madam.
Morning, all of you.
Yeah.
Good morning, all of you.
Good morning, madam. Yes.
And participants in this webinar. I am taking privilege to introduce the eminent person is Palvini Pawar. Ms. Palvini Pawar has 20 years professional experience. Out of this, she has worked in multinational companies, USA. She has started career in Joshi Hospital, Pune, then moved to Bombay Hospital, Mumbai, and then in Sushruta Hospital. She has done her MBA in Human Resource Development and followed by working in USA. She has worked for companies part of Fortune 100 companies with presence of worldwide. Other than she is working as a volunteer for different schools, organizing fundraising for different social causes. She has served as executive member of Maharashtra Mandal in New York. She, she is also she has hobby of classical dance and she is teaching classical dance to kids. She also performs classical dance for MNC. Thank you.
Thank you for the kind
madam.
introduction.
Yeah. Now I request Plavini madam to start the session. Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to present few slides that I've created for today's session. Let me know if I'm audible. Are you all able to hear me?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. So I would like to thank the initiative by every one of you. I would also like to thank Principal Madam to set the stage or tone for this webinar. And I'm going to actually leverage on that because I was wondering how would I get started, and I think she has done a good job of setting a stage. Also, I would like to thank for a great introduction by Sononim Madam. And without taking any further time, I would like to dive into our today's discussion. I would like to say discussion because it is an what I'm going to talk about is going to be from the perspective where I'm working with multinational companies. And these are mostly Fortune 500 companies, so they are very well on resources. But pandemic, as you know, has taught us that nothing is limited, or nothing is all the resources that you have can never be sufficient. So let's get started. Let me know if you are able to view my slides and hear me well. Okay, so to start on the stage of employee rights and basically human rights for employees, there are two aspects that are considered by the HR departments usually. One is the legal aspect where the local governments enforce, which is basically equal opportunities, getting the gender equality, pay equality, diversity, inclusion. So there is a legal policies and reports that are in place by different countries at a different scale, and those all the companies have to follow. If you are a multinational company, for sure you have to follow. But if you're a government organization or a semi-government organizations, most probably you have to follow those as well. For private organization, it's a different ballgame altogether. But I'm going to focus more on multinational because that's where my experience lies. Now, there are two aspects, as I said. One is a legal aspect, and then the second one is really the company's strategy, the company's value, whichever company you take. Every company has some strategy that they are appealing their shareholders, they're appealing their buyers, their customers to stick to them. The brand loyalties can be maintained by these strategies. And one of them is to have a good employee work-life balance. Now, as you must have known that most of these companies are actually evaluated saying the best company to work with, and that attracts a lot of talent. So to retain talent, these companies use all the strategies possible. They also, because they want to be appealing and be on the cutting edge, they also attempt to train their employees to adhere to the values, or to carry forward the values and practice the values that the company has in their day-to-day life at work, as well as in life as well. When I say in life, it is in your personal life, and work is work, of course. So these strategies are primarily focused on, to retain employees, to attract employees, and to keep the employees motivated. So there are different ways in which the company work, and their strategies and policies are usually focused around these broader lines. I'm going to dive further into it, and these are just to set a stage of where these corporate worlds and how they think. Now let's get into COVID, what COVID did. Now, COVID has actually completely disrupted everyone's way of working, whether it be a multinational company or whether it be anyone at any level in the society. It has disrupted every single person's life and the way they worked. It has disrupted their support system. If you had the support system, when I say support system, your milkman, maybe you're buying your grocery, or a guy who delivered grocery to your house, your family, the accessibility of your family, how much frequently your cousins, your mother-in-laws, your parents could visit you, that has changed. It has disrupted every personal resource that you have. It has disrupted the fact you have a car, but you cannot take it out because you are in a lockdown. So your resources are now disrupted. You don't have the resource that usually you had to your disposal, or you had built your resources. So it disrupted every single thing, and each one of us has gone through it and knows it, or living through it right now at different degrees and levels in every country, depending on how severe the pandemic is in today's date, or is going to be, was few months ago, or is going to be few months ahead. Now, in this period, the way the companies or the HR, I would say the leadership started thinking, they have to change their thought process as well. Now, when they started thinking, they realized that now because the employees who did all the work, who were the hands, yes, you have machinery to do the work, but there has to be someone who has to click the button. There has to be someone who's answering the call. There has to be someone who's standing in front of some kind of machine or some kind of table giving a service. And when that human resource is impacted, it impacts business. And that's where the awareness, there was already an awareness, human resource is important, and that awareness was there. But with pandemic, that awareness has taken it to a different level completely. Now, COVID-19 has actually just changed the way the HR departments in all the multinational companies are looking at. The value that they give, there were some industries which actually gave a lot of value to HR department, and they considered them at the table, they had a voice at the table. But there were some industries where there was no voice for the HR. There were some industries like finance, it did not have a voice for HR. It did not have the sensitivity for human, the tolerance of human right.
Excuse me, madam. Excuse me,
yes.
madam. Sorry to interrupt you. Have you shared your screen of PPT?
I have. Aren't you?
But it's not able to. Yeah, we are not able to see it.
Okay. I am so sorry, guys. If I would have known. Now, are you able to see?
Yes, yes, madam. Now it is
Yeah?
visible to us.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Which slide you are able to see?
COVID-19
Okay, perfect.
disrupted ways. Yeah.
Yes, okay. Thanks for letting me know that you are not able to see the slides. Okay, so basically what I was saying is that awareness has increased a lot, and it has increased not only at the executive level, but it has increased at every stage, and it got implemented as well. Now, this is where the today's topic really goes into. Now, what it really does. So when I say the the higher value of human resource, there is a higher value for human resource, which was very, very inevitable in this pandemic. The way pandemic took away and disrupted everyone's life, whether it was an CEO or it was a chairman or director or a executive or a board member or a shareholder, everyone's life, right? Even the child who is 5 years old, his life was also disrupted because his school was stopped and he had to go log on to a computer or a cell phone to start doing things differently. So the way the human resource department or the companies in general just they came up is they started thinking out of the box. And when they started thinking out of the box, they really had to figure out every single part of their life or activity that they did, or which was essential activity that they did. Now there came where it was all the activities that a person did, but with pandemic people went down to what are the basic activities that you need to do. That really changed, right? So the employers started thinking about out of the box, and even for the employees, they had to think out of the box on how to maneuver their life within the pandemic. And this was all to maintain high productivity at workplace. Now, as you know, most of these companies or most of the employees actually have a computer and internet in the Western world and also in every part of the world, because all the multinationals are being connected through internet, are being working online. They did not stop working during the pandemic. So basically, this was where they had to figure out how to keep the engine working instead of getting into a standstill, how to not let the pandemic disruption disrupt their entire business in terms of whatever employees they had, that was their resource. Whatever employees' attitude was, that was their employee, their way of only survival. So they had to figure out a way how they could maneuver through this process or this whole situation to support the employees. And there were a few things that they did. And there were quite a lot of things which they started thinking out of the box and the way they could maneuver through it. So I'm going to give you the examples of how the companies or what kind of things that the companies focused on and what level they went up to for making this happen. And this is the slide which will talk about it a little bit on a very high level, but I'll deep dive on every single point here. So bear in mind, I am not covering all parts and every social group in the society. I'm only covering my perspective is more from the multinational companies and what I see from the headquarters, what they are trying to do for every branch that they have and how the HR is maneuvering or changing their processes. So basically, the benefits have completely changed. They introduced benefits which were to support employees, not for the employees, individual employees, like the employee themselves, the primary employee, but to their dependents to provide support. So now, because parents could not go to the nurse had to come to home to give them the treatment, or no nurse could not even come home. So now the kids had to do the work what the nurse was doing, right? So for that, they said, okay, how can we help you in this? We understand that, we are going, if the whole world is going through a pandemic. So they introduced something called as benefits for your dependent care, which means they added more amount of benefits you could charge. People started charging higher price for providing services. So they said, we will cover those charges. So that was one way. Some companies went by that way of going into supporting their employees and to trying to maintain their productivity, the employees' productivity, or trying to give them some relief from all the craziness that they were dealing with. So it was all about well-being, right, of the employees. If the employee's well-being is maintained, then he can go through the storm of pandemic. He can maneuver through all the challenges that he has within that period of time, within that, within his capacity, without losing it. Now, when I say losing it, I mean to say is without snapping at anyone, without frowning at anyone, without being short with anyone, basically without yelling or without losing their cool, and still doing the work at the pace and being compassionate with the employees or with the co-workers that they have or they have been working with. So this was a challenge where people who were dealing with kids plus family housework plus cooking plus, which they were not used to obviously, and having everything being done at the same time with no help. So this is where these support or these benefits came in. There were some cases where the companies decided to introduce counseling sessions, therapists. So these sessions were earlier, they were their benefit, but these benefits were like, say, 5 sessions in a year or 3 free sessions. They changed that to say 20 sessions, 25 sessions, where they felt that there was a need for employees to speak to someone and to talk it out and to help them understand or just to hear them, basically. In the West, I think this was a bigger problem. The reason being there are a lot of people who live alone. And even if they have families, still the parents might be staying 5 blocks away or 4 blocks away, but still they were kids and parents don't live together after they're 16. They usually leave home and they start living separately. And so that being a culture, this was a higher problem because most of them couldn't do any socializing other than being on phone. Or husband, wife, they never had a chance to stay so many hours together. Now they had to stay together. I remember one of my colleagues, I was on a call and he was complaining that earlier he was working from home. Now also he's working from home because of pandemic, but he has to share his house with his kids and wife. So he was complaining that he had to share his house. Earlier, the house was all his and the kids would go to the school, wife would go to work, but now everyone is just going to be at home. And he's like, it's too much. And so the small things which we don't realize are impacting us, people became more sensitive towards it. But the companies also took an account for it. So they started really listening to employees. So usually on a normal non-pandemic time, managers had to connect with their employees. That was the schedule given to them. Every 3 months, you have to speak to all your reportees one-on-one, have a conversation, just a casual conversation, not a career discussion, but just to see how they're doing. Earlier, it used to be 5-minute thing that, oh, how are you doing? Oh, I'm doing good. Okay, great. Talk to you later. That was it. Now, the first time when during pandemic, first time a call came, it was just a 5-minute call. But then the manager called again and said, you know what? I know you said you are fine, but really tell me how you are. And people started opening up. So this was an initiative which the corporations or the executives or the HR leadership actually trained their managers, trained top down to have a conversation with their subordinates, with their coworkers, so that they understand how the health of an employee is. They started sending out surveys. If someone was not comfortable talking to their manager, the surveys helped. They took all possible ways, they opened up all possible ways where employees could reach out to the employer with any feedback, even if they just wanted to listen, even if they just wanted to, vent out, just to complain that, oh, I don't want to have 4 dogs. I thought my 4 dogs were awesome, but now it is too much of work. Even having someone to hear that, there was no one for them to hear that. And these companies opened up to, tolerate all these conversations, opened up and is now receptive towards it. They became more human towards it, which was not there in pre-pandemic time. So, of course, flexible working hours came in picture. There were all these big companies. There were, in my opinion, they always have a lot of funds, but they are not. They are on the top usually, or most of the core team is senior team members. And these team members usually say, you know what, why to disrupt anything? If it is working fine, why to change it? Why to give work from home? No, we want everyone to come to office. If someone did not show up to office, they would be like, oh, why are you not showing up? It would be a concern. It would be a question mark. If someone was not working the set number of hours or was not in the office for the set number of hours, that was, it raised eyebrows. But with pandemic, that has completely changed. There is a high tolerance for it. Now, it doesn't matter whether earlier that was a more of an understanding only for women who had kids or who were, who had responsibilities at home, or fathers who were taking care of their kids. There was an understanding that also if the manager was open-minded enough, then that was an understanding that he will leave at 4 o'clock. She will leave at 4:30. And that was okay. She will only come at 9 because she has to drop her kids. But now that has changed, irrespective whether you have kids or not, whether you are single, married, you have dogs, you have kids, you have in-laws, you have old people, doesn't matter. What gender you are, doesn't matter. That flexibility has just been engraved into the managers, the top management specifically, because the top management opened up to the idea. They had to open up to the idea. It just forced them to open up the flexible working hours. They just opened up the idea of people working remote, and remote meaning anywhere. Earlier it used to be like, oh, he's working remote, that means no work done. But now it is not. He's like, oh, he's remote, and I see emails coming in. I am happy. I don't care what time it is coming in. So that perspective or that outlook, that I don't know whether I run marathons, so they say you at 18 mile you hit a wall. All these Fortune 100, 500 companies had hit a wall where they were not willing to let people work remote. All the employees work remote. That wall was completely shattered with pandemic. Now it is flexible working hours. It is letting them work not only 5 hours, 10 hours, or what number of hours, doesn't matter. Till the time the project plan task is getting done, everyone is happy. So now the accountability from the HR, from the manager to the employee has moved. It is not the manager's role to be accountable for the employee. His role has completely been the supportive role, which is what the ideal role is. And even the companies which were conservative, though they were Fortune 100 companies or 500 companies, they were still, some of them are still conservative. And it's individual, right? Every individual, their comfort level is different. So even anyone who was even conservative had to change that approach, had to move on and be acceptable and to be understanding. So now if someone goes to an HR or goes saying, you know, this person is not showing up for work, they're like, well, the task is done. It doesn't matter whether the person, what hour he's working or she's working, or doesn't matter. So that has changed. That has changed for good, I've seen. I'm seeing this more of a trend where they're saying, you know what, we don't need to have such a big building because lesser employees are wanting to come to work. There are employees who want to go to office, but this is because they feel that it is easy to be productive and focused in the office instead of at home. And it is their preference, and that's why they want to go in. But there are employees who say, you know what, my productivity doesn't change, and I am happier staying at home and working, or I'm happier staying wherever, and I'll still deliver, I'll still attend calls, I'll be available when there is a meeting. I don't prefer coming in, and which is completely acceptable. So that has completely changed. I just want to do a time check. I just don't want to go over time. Let me know if I'm running towards the time. Okay. So then there were programs, or there were trainings that were made available, or the training courses were built by these corporations, by the HR, just to train employees, just to help them, saying it is okay. It is okay that you do a job halfway. Keep it on a pause. Take care of your kid. If there is a need for you to take care of your family, do that, prioritize that, and come back. They tried helping them maneuver through the time management. Earlier, these courses were there, but they were focused for work, right? They did not consider personal well-being. They did not consider family. They did not consider out of office hours, right? But now these courses have started considering that, because no one can distinguish between what is your office hour and what is your personal life. It is suddenly in 1 hour in between the day, you have to get up and make sure you feed your kids or cook or do some chores, and which is totally your personal life, which is absolutely acceptable. So now these training courses are introduced for the managers as well as the employees, and it's moreover for the managers, because the managers or anyone who manages any employee, for them, because it was them who had to be tolerant for all of this. It was them who would make or break the strategy or the value of the company. And most of these companies, or anyone who wants to be attractive in the customers, for the customers who want to stay on the top of on the preference list of the customers, want to do the right things, want to make sure that none of their employees are doing anything which will be displaying any kind of violation of human rights. So having the employees' well-being in a check is actually helping them manage that, is actually helping them maintain that status or maintain their image in the industry or in the market. And that's what they are all actually working on it, right? Why would a company spend money? Because of course, there is always a motive, and the motive is usually to maintain, to retain customers, to save money in some form, and having all these do take them to that route. Earlier, it was not so much evident. Now it is more, and it will continue to be more and more. That's how the seat at HR has become more stronger at every company, irrespective of the industry. So time management is there. Now, when I say listening to the employees, I did mention about it earlier. It is actually listening to the employees in reality. It is making sure that the employees' smallest complaint or smallest need is being heard and responded to. They have built a lot of resilience for it. They have identified ways of building resilience, changing employees' attitudes. So the training that they are giving is to increase the resilience. It is to improve the interpersonal skills. It is to say it is okay if the employee is on the call, is productive, but is also on LinkedIn, which is still okay. You cannot say you cannot be on LinkedIn or Facebook, which is absolutely acceptable. So you cannot judge anyone based on that. So the subtleness of human rights, what I'm trying to get to is really is that due to pandemic, there were human rights for employees were always there. There is no harassment, abuse, whether it be a woman, man, a LGBT employee, doesn't matter who it is. The human rights were always there. But now the companies have gone to a more micro level of managing and being human. So human rights is now becoming more human in terms of really a well-being of the employee, being which is in a way it is a positive thing for the world. I would think, I believe, because I'm seeing that as the compassion among the employees is increasing. There are companies who said, you know what, we know it is hard time, we are not making money, but we still want to give you a pay hike because you are fighting and you are fighters and you are working through this pandemic. You haven't given up. You haven't stopped working. You are the core drivers, and that's why we want to reward you. Some companies decided to reward their employees by giving them a vacation day. Just recent past, in India, as we know, the number of COVID cases have suddenly gone very high. The client that I work with is a Fortune 100 company, and they said, you know what, we understand. We know that, we will not be able to achieve our timelines. Usually the managers would come and say, you know what, give me a backup. No, the timeline should still be met. We have to go to the green plan. How are you planning to go to the green plan? But this time, the executive leadership stepped back and they said, you know what, we cannot do this to our employees. They are already in stress. Whoever is coming to work, some of them, their loved ones were in hospital. For some of them, they themselves were in hospital or fighting some, were not well, basically, right? So the company said, you know what, we will change our timelines. They have changed the project timelines. They have changed the commitments. They are extending it. They are saying, okay, we don't want backup. Slow, fine. We will keep on working at a snail's pace, which is fine. But we don't want to stress our employees out. We don't want our employees to be overworked for any reason. We don't want them to give up their weekends. We don't want, earlier they would say, oh, you are dying, don't die, first do this work and then die. So that was their corporate attitude, which has now completely changed. And it's the same company I'm talking about. Now this company is saying, there is a holiday which was on Thursday. They said, you know what, we will give you a Friday also. You all take a full week, full 4 days off. And this was only for India because India was going through a very high case of pandemic. The number of cases are very high. So what I'm trying to get to is that really the human rights is at a very, it's going to a micro level, which is really great news for lot of people. I wouldn't say every part of the industry or every part of the world and section of the world, but at least it is started. So at least there is someone who started talking about it, and someone who is creating policies, someone who is putting an effort. So someone has started thinking, and the ones who are thinking are at a position where they can make a difference, which is really good news for, I think, for everyone in the world, that someone is coming to that level. And a country like US has also started thinking. US is very, very high on work and low on work-life balance in general, considering Europe or some other countries. So even the US has started thinking about it. So the compassion has gone up and it has become into policies. Usually people only talk about rights and talk about, equality, but what are you doing about it, right? And unless someone creates a policy, creates a training program, makes an awareness, puts an effort, adds a bonus, adds a certificate, adds a badge, adds a recognition badge, which is published and celebrated, that it is not implemented. It's only talked, right? So now they are implementing it, which is really an awesome news. And with that, I think I'm going to end my discussion, but I haven't had any questions, or I don't know if there are any questions. So if anyone wants to even share their thought, I would please encourage you to do that. Also, if you have any questions, please do ask. I would try to do all my best to answer them.
Yes, ma'am. There is a question from chat box. It's from Devidas Kaparnis. Yeah, the question is, what are the signs of a toxic boss or a leader? Or what are the signs of egotistical person or a leader during pandemic situation?
Okay. Well, this is irrespective of pandemic or not pandemic. A sign of a toxic boss or a leader is always going to be that he's not listening to what you're saying, but he's just trying to push his ideas onto you. It could be he's trying to demean you, he's trying to demotivate, he's saying things which is demotivating you. Anyone who is not encouraging you, who is trying to even, it is all about a feeling, okay? I might not feel threatened by someone saying some sentence, but if you feel, then it is a boss which is not for you. So it is not about what I feel, it is about what that individual who is working with the person feels. And that makes it a very big, very important perspective. And it should never be a one-way conversation. It always has to be a discussion to come up with a solution or to come up with an approach of how to work. And so a toxic boss to me is someone who someone who is not even, when he's giving you a feedback, that feedback cannot have strong words. That feedback cannot be something that is going to reduce your confidence. The feedback should be in a way which should give you a way forward, a positive side of how to go ahead. It should say, yeah, we can do something better. It is good, but we can do much better. It cannot say this is bad. So it is that subtle it's that big of a difference. Also, the approach and the way the discussion happens, it can never be personal either. So there shouldn't be a personal grudge as well. Egoistic person, well, there are so many people who are egoistic. But then ego doesn't really mean that you can undermine anyone. You cannot, everyone in the whole team is important. The one who takes the decision, the one who understands, the one who's doing any work. And I'm not even taking out of, international or multinational companies, irrespective of what the person does, you have to respect what they do and their approach of doing it. You can always have a suggestion of a better way to do something, but you can never have that it can never be black and white. It has to be gray. And moment it becomes black and white, it is a little bit of a question mark. And leaders during pandemic are the ones who have shown resilience, the ones who have come with innovative ideas, the ones who are not really trying to push the employees to get to a goal, but they are trying to work with the employees to achieve the same target without demotivating or exploiting or the employees. So yes, I think a leader during pandemic is the one who has very good interpersonal skills and is able to be compassionate, but still come up with out of the box thinking, is resilient to every situation. And I don't mean to say that he has to, one of his employees comes and yells at him. That is not acceptable to anyone, neither the employee, and no two people can yell at each other or, talk harshly with each other, but it has to be a discussion. So, yeah. Did I answer the question very well?
Yes, madam.
Okay.
It was really good. And it's the truth that whether you are employer or whether you are employee, we both have to understand each other, especially in such crucial situation. Until and unless we can't find the progress.
Correct. Absolutely. It has to be a combined effort. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Now I request all the participants, whether they have any queries, they can ask. They can write it in chat box also, so that we can convey the question. Well, I think there is no any question. Well, such an informative session, madam. You have given us the real life experience of the present situation. We know the present situation is very crucial, but the another aspect of this is that we have become more and more human, that I think we were not in pre-pandemic situation. So yeah, that was the thing. Now I request Dr. Nikumba madam to offer a vote of thanks. Dr. Nikumba, madam.
Good morning, everybody. Today, our respected guest, Mrs. Plavini Pawar, shared very useful insights on the topic of human rights and employees. The employees are considered as backbone of organizations, and they should be made aware of rights and responsibility. Such awareness creates confident workforce, healthy and efficient environment, which is beneficial for both employees and organization. It is my pleasure to thank Mrs. Plavini Pawar, Madam, on behalf of our college and organizing committee for sharing her views on human rights and employees in today's international webinar. I am also thankful to organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to chair this session. Heartfelt thank you to all the dignitaries, professors, and students who have attended this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. It was my pleasure, and I really appreciate you all coming together during this pandemic time and doing a webinar for a way forward. I would like to say stay safe and be well, be compassionate, and hope to see you all be more human.
Yes. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So friends, with this note, we will proceed for our second session, which is going to conduct by Dr. Ivan Matthew John, who is going to talk on human rights and third gender. For his introduction, I would like to request Kavita Murade ma'am to introduce him. Kavita Murade ma'am.
Ma'am, I am audible?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good morning to all. Respected chairperson, resource person, dignity and dignified participation from all India of this international webinar on human rights and COVID-19. Honorable Principal of our college, Dr. J.D. Sonkaskar ma'am, Vice Principal, IKC Coordinator, Dr. D.N. Pawar sir, Coordinator of this webinar, Professor Vatne sir, all teachers, warm welcome to all of you. I am Professor Kavita Morade. I am here to introduce the resource person of this session, Dr. John Ivan from Department of Sociology, Sophia College in Mumbai. He is well versed in English and he can also communicate Hindi, Malayalam, Marathi and French languages. He has completed BA MA Sociology from University Mumbai with first class. He completed B.Ed and M.Ed from University Mumbai. He Master of Philosopher Education as well as Sociology from Madurai Karmaraj University. He completed PG Diploma in three different areas, which is in higher education, technology, and school leadership and management from Indira Gandhi Open University. His completed certificate in the Francis Now in 1917, certificate in guidance from IGNOU 1998, certificate in women study from Sophia Center from Human Studies and Development in 2003, and certificate in advanced research methodology from Social Science University of Mumbai 2013. Not only in academic, but he has a great performance and achievement in other area also, such as an qualified. First of all, piano performance is in 1940, and second is theoretical music in 1980, and instrumental technique in 2006 from Trinity College from London. He did diploma in piano technique from UK 2003, piano technique from London College, Music Thames Valley, University of UK in 2009. He's also did various courses in technology fields such as an MSCT from teacher MKCL Advanced Enable Certificate. He is qualified SET and NET in sociology in the year 1998. Also NET in education in June 2012. Last but not the least, he was awarded PhD in sociology from Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapeeth, Pune in June 2019. Regarding his experience teaching fields, his work as a part of a teacher visiting lecture resource person from various topics such as sexuality, sex, and gender. His 10 books and 8 research papers were published in field of sociology and gender sensitization till date. Present, he is working as an assistant professor at Department of Sophia College, Mumbai since 1983. He is an also member of BOS in sociology at Balbharti since 2013. So here I end his introductions. We are really very fortunate to have such a versatility resource person in this national webinar. Now I request Dr. Jonathan sir to, to his sessions and enlighten us with valuable thoughts. Dr. Jonathan sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very elaborate introduction. I wish it was smaller. Next time I'll remember to send a very short 3-line introduction so that we don't spend too much time on me, rather we focus on the topic. Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. Could we please have the first slide on screen?
You are audible, sir, but...
Yes. Could you kindly share the screen? I have sent my PPT.
Sir, so wait for a minute. I will
Not
share
a
your
problem.
PPT.
Not a problem. I shall anyway start. I thank the principal of KSKW Arts, Science and Commerce College, SIDCO, Nashik, and the management and the very able, capable team who has worked very hard, obviously, to put up this international webinar. I'm sorry for the loss of your faculty member and condolences to that teacher's family. My presentation today is on human rights and third gender. It is hoped that during this session, all of us will get a reasonably fair understanding of the term third gender. The second aspect, and a very important aspect, is how is this linked to human rights and its connection within this pandemic environment? But even more important, and the previous speaker has also talked about it in different ways, is how do we take this forward? It's very well to attend a webinar or a seminar or even get trained in these areas, but can we take it to the next logical step of action? But we need to get our groundwork ready and our understanding needs to be very clear. Next slide, please. So this is what I'm hoping we can achieve in this session to clarify our understanding of third gender, because that's not easy. To also reflect upon the challenges faced by persons who identify as third gender. And as I said earlier, very important that we become agents of change at our micro level, as a teacher, as an individual, as a parent, as a human. Next slide, please. I want us to look at this concept of third gender. It's not easy to really place what do you mean by third gender. The very fact that we use the word third gender must assume that there is a first and a second gender too. But then I'm thinking, if we use the word first, second, and third gender, are there more genders? And are we really talking about sex category rather than gender? Because if you and I assume that the first gender is, let us say, female, and the second gender is male, then the third, if we understand the term sex as a category, should include the intersex persons. So if you talk about a sex category, and by that I mean the physical self, the physiology that one has, externally as well as internally. So very often when you talk about the sex of an individual, you say, well, this person, this individual is female, looking at the external genitalia. Or you say that that baby is male. And doctors very happily sign it as identify the little child, the newborn, as female and male. But what about those babies who cannot be classified so neatly into boxes such as female and male? And they are precisely whom I'm referring to as intersex individuals. So intersex persons are those who have external and or internal characteristics which do not fall into place with our understanding of female physiology and male physiology. I also want to bring to your attention. If you say first and second gender, I wonder which is the first gender and which is the second gender. Is there a ranking? I don't think there needs to be a ranking. It should be at the same horizontal plane. It doesn't matter what you identify as, how you identify, but you need to be recognized in the way that you identify. So in terms of sex categories, we have, I'm putting them all at the same level, not 1, 2, and 3. We refer to sex categories as intersex, female, male. So that's one. On the other side, we have the term gender. I see sex and gender as two sides of the same coin. And what is gender? That again is not an easy term to understand. But we can understand gender in terms of an identity. How do I think of myself? How do I see myself? How do I identify myself? And so when we talk about gender, we might think, number one, in terms of identity, and that identity can be, I identify as girl, boy, woman, man. Now, if I do not identify amidst these 4 types, given the gender binary, by the way, that there are only 2 kinds of gender, and today we demolish that notion anyway, then we have the term transgender, that which goes beyond the gender binary, which does not fit in to the binary as one or the other. So transgender persons, and we need to be clear about this, are individuals whose physical, that is their sex identity, is female or male or intersex, but their notions of who they are, their identity, their gender and identity, how they think of themselves in the way they think of themselves and perceive themselves is in the other camp. So very typically, transgender FTM, female body, who doesn't identify with this body and thinks of oneself as a boy/man. It can be the other way, where you have MTF, where your physical body may be male body, but in your head, you identify as a girl or a woman. So that's the term transgender. So where does third gender come in? And who is third gender? Now, if you look at many forms in government circles, whether it's Aadhaar or passport application or census, oftentimes you will have male, female, second box, and the third box will either be written as transgender, or in some states, they use the word other. So anything else other than female and male goes into the other category. If you are not identifying as female or male, then you should necessarily, if there's a third box, identify as transgender. you will notice that in many contexts, in many, many occasions, there are forms which don't even talk about anything other than female and male, which means you just exclude an entire category of people as if they do not exist. And the fact is they do, all right? So when we talk about gender, gender is an identity. Gender includes the way you express yourself, your gender expression, the way you present your gender. And that could include the way you speak, the way you dress, the attire that you wear, your body art, your mannerisms. And that is what we say gender is a social construct. Because how you're supposed to play out your role as a girl, as a boy within a binary is more often than not a result of the influence of everything in our social environment, starting with our family, friends, neighborhood, relatives, school, workplace, you name it, literature, media, advertising, religion, and so on and so forth. So now gender, the second dimension of gender is the way you express your gender. The third, whom am I attracted to? Or a question that one must ask, am I attracted to somebody? You cannot assume that I am. And attracted how? Emotionally? Physically? Sexually? Romantically? How am I attracted to? If at all I'm attracted. You cannot assume that I am attracted to somebody. That's a tall order, that I must be necessarily attracted to somebody because I am a man or a boy or a girl or whatever else. Because there are individuals in this gender spectrum, there are individuals who do not necessarily feel attracted to somebody else. And that's the category we refer to as asexual. So coming back to review what I have said so far, I've talked about clarifying the concept of third gender. And I said it becomes difficult because you have to consider the sex of the individual and the gender identity of the person. And they are like two sides of the same coin. Where do you fit in an individual who identifies as Kinnar, sometimes referred to as Hijra, or somebody who might say, I do not belong to either sex, or individuals who say, I belong to both categories of female and male. And as far as the Hijra community is concerned, it's a unique concept in the Indian culture. Hijra as a community, you may refer to them as the Dai, you may refer to them as Aravani or Kinnar or any other label that there is. The community has a very well-structured organization with a guru and chela relationship. There's a guru amma, there's a guru, and each guru will have chelas, and there is a strong bond that connects these individuals in that community. And people who identify as Kinnar or Aravani or Hijra may not want to use the label transgender. Some may want to use the label transgender. Some might say we are third sex. Some might say we are third sex, but they identify as female, as woman, not female, sorry, as woman. So we need to be very clear about this concept of third gender. So to recap, gender includes your identity. It includes the way you express and present yourself. And third, it includes your sexuality. And that sexuality spectrum includes lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, Q for questioning or queer, A for asexual, I for intersex, and there is a plus sign at the end, if you notice. And the plus sign means any other label. You might call yourself two-spirited, you might call yourself the other, you might call yourself both, you might call yourself gender queer, you might call yourself gender non-binary, whatever label you want to use. Koti, Panti, these are more local terms. So each culture has their categories which are labeled in the with plus. Plus includes all other. Sometimes it is joked that this is an alphabet soup, where every alphabet stands for somebody or some category of identity. So that's as far as third gender. So when I use the term third gender in my presentation, I will refer to transgender individuals as well as those who identify as Kinnar, Aravani, Hijra. Okay, next slide, please. I would have to go a little faster, I gather. Right. The next slide, please. The next slide focuses on human rights. And our first speaker mentioned it. She talked about the word compassion. She talked about what action are we doing in the context of human rights. Dignity to every individual, irrespective of where you come from, whether you are upper caste, lower caste, upper class, lower class, whether you are female or transgender or intersex or whatever other classification you want to call yourself or identify by or identify with. It doesn't matter. Dignity to all human beings. It includes fairness. Who doesn't want to be treated fairly? And do we treat people fairly? These are questions that we have to ask. Equality sounds very good on paper, sounds very good in our constitutional book. But the ground reality is very different. And so equality is an important and integral part of the human rights discussion. Along with that, respect. I respect you. I may not agree with you, but I can respect you for the person that you are. I can disagree. That's not a problem. But I don't look down upon you. I don't pass judgment upon you just because you identify as one or the other, which I don't, maybe. The independence to be oneself, to develop the personality to the fullest. These are human rights. The right to express yourself. If I am transgender, if I am intersex, if I am Hijra, I should feel proud to say that I am who I am. That's an important part of my identity. You cannot ask me to suppress it. You cannot tell me keep quiet and don't say it anymore. You cannot beat me black and blue, because then you deny me my right to exist in the way that I identify. And therefore the right to live your life, to live your private life, to live your family life, to get an education, to get employment is very, very important. The right not to be mistreated. You cannot mistreat me just because you don't understand who I am. So it's important that you get to understand who I am. For that, we need to create awareness. We'll go on to the next slide, please. Now, this section of this presentation today will be about the problems that transgender persons, third gender persons, whatever category that falls under these terms, what are the challenges they faced? Next slide, please. Right. My self-image as an individual. Let's see, I'm talking about the third gender. I'm talking about the third sex, if you like, if you want to use that label. Or I might refer to the transgender, or I might refer to the Hijra community. As I said, I'm referring to all these categories in this presentation. So my self-image as an individual, do I feel accepted? And can I raise my head and live with that sense of self-identity? This is very important. And amidst the pandemic, there are many third gender individuals, transgender persons, members of the Aravani community who are living in absolute misery and abject poverty. Many individuals who belong to the categories that I've just mentioned, they are confined to their homes. They cannot even move out of their spaces. Imagine how stifled that could be for the individuals who suffer within their home because the family environment, for example, does not accept them in an affirmative way of the identity and the sexual identity that they state they are. Imagine living in a home with your parents and family members and not being able to gain the respect of your own family. There is this book, Revati, A True Hijra Life Story. If you get hold of it, please ensure that you get a copy for your library. I will send you the name of a couple of books. They are eye-openers because they tell us about the lives of people whom otherwise we might never have known. And they tell us what they go through. This is no joke. This is not some fiction or imagination. These are real people with real identities, which we have invisibilized because we don't want to talk, because they are uncomfortable. And yet, we cannot sweep them under the carpet. These are identities that are real. Next slide, please. There are many individuals who belong to the category of, whether you call it third sex, third gender, transgender, who don't even have a certificate to prove that they are, because they need to prove, otherwise they don't get access to government schemes. All right? The second slide over here, second problem, talks about coming out. What is this coming out? It's a term, that's a phrase that is used in LGBT circles when you come out to yourself. Myself, I identify as queer. Do I accept myself? Do I come out to myself as queer? Can you imagine the plight of transgender or third gender persons? Can they even accept for themselves that they do not fit into the category of man, woman, girl, boy? Coming to terms with this reality for oneself doesn't happen in an instant. It may happen over a number of years, perhaps even more than a decade or two. There is no right time of knowing. These are discoveries that happen by and by, through time, with time, in time. And yet, whether we are going to be able to accept that identity is a bigger challenge. For those who do accept it, let's say I identify as queer. I do, by the way. But I didn't feel the need to tell everybody else that I was queer. Or perhaps in my heart of hearts, I was scared to do that. And it took me about 47 years to state it very clearly during the time of my PhD work, when I stated to individuals of my sexual identity as queer. It took me 47 years. I'm 53 years young right now. And I do know of individuals who are not comfortable talking to anybody about who they are in terms of their identity because they fear the consequences of being thrown out of their homes, or being beaten up, or being forcefully married in order to cure the problem, which is not a problem, by the way. Okay? So coming out is, you might have multiple coming outs. I might come out to my parents, I might come out to my friend, I might come out to a teacher who understands, who shows tolerance and understanding and compassion. So coming out is multiple times of coming out throughout one's lifetime. It just never ends. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, the impact on health. Many transgender persons, many third sex persons do not even have access to adequate nutrition. This is particularly true of those who live in the communities which we identify as Hijra community or Aravani community, because we know the Hijra Aravani community, their main source of livelihood has been begging and sex work and offering blessings at weddings and important occasions. And with the pandemic, we know that many of these things were not possible because of strict lockdowns all over the place, which means their livelihood has come to naught. What happens to them? Where do they get their next meal from? The money, and nobody is employing people who identify as transgender very easily or third sex individuals very easily, where are the employment opportunities? It's all very well to say the equality on paper and the law, but in reality, the ground reality is nobody gives them a job. The moment they know that the individual does not fit in to the stereotype ideas of what an individual ought to be as female and male or man and woman. And the moment they know and they assume that you cannot be productive or good, you're out. So the impact on health is not just physical health, because if you don't have money, you don't have work, your nutrition, your food requirements are not met with, it's going to impact your health. You don't have money to go for healthcare. Okay. What about mental health? The state of mind of individuals who are living in misery amidst people who call themselves family, or friends who call them friends, but people rebuke you, chastise you, harass you. And we look at some of those problems that individuals face in a bit. So when we talk about health, the physical health, the mental health, that is your emotional, psychological well-being, because it is a proven fact, and studies have shown this around the globe, that LGBTQAI plus individuals have a greater propensity to suffer from depression, fear, anxiety, loneliness, and suicidal tendencies. And we've lost quite a few individuals who identify in these categories during the pandemic. Those of us who interact with members of the community, we are aware of these sad losses. Next slide, please. How productive can you be if your personal life seems to be a tragedy, where there is non-acceptance, where students cannot continue going to school because their schoolmates bully them to death, harass them, hound them, teachers don't understand them, principals don't understand them, and then they drop out of school, and that becomes a statistic. But what happens to those little children, those adolescent kids who are 12 and 13? Can they get out and start working? I was having this conversation with a friend who is a transgender person who has transitioned physically, that means had sex change surgery, and she runs the organization for transgender persons in Kerala. I met her 2 years ago, and she said many transgender persons, the moment the transgender and third sex individuals, the moment they are thrown out of their home or they run away from home, they don't have a home to go to. And then sometimes some of them get together and they try and see if they can take a place on rent. And the rent is, let's say, 5,000 rupees. And moment the landlord knows that these individuals don't look like girls, but they look like boys wearing women's clothing, this is their construct, then the rent goes up 3 times. And do these people have employment? They don't. A large number of them do sex work. Some of them earn a lot of money. So during the pandemic, sex work, which was the only means, and they don't enjoy necessarily well, some of them probably do, but a large number are forced into sex work because that's the only way they think they can earn a livelihood, because they've dropped out from school. They don't have certificates. They don't have documentation. They've run away from home. Everything's lying at home. They've not completed SSC, HSC degree, nothing. And in any case, after finishing your SSC and HSC, most people don't even get a job anyways. So what are they skilled at? Nothing. Some of them have learned to dance. They use their dance skills to dance at events and make a little money through dancing. Okay, so the pandemic has impacted their productivity. It has impacted their productivity even before the pandemic, when they could not be as productive, because you can't be your best when you're suffering internally, mentally, emotionally, psychologically. And that has become even more grave during a situation like the pandemic. Next slide, please. These are various examples of harassment problems that individuals who identify as third sex, third gender, transgender, other both, all these categories go through. The slide is it states very clearly what are the problems, and these are not imagined, these are real problems. Okay, abuse can happen right within the family. Don't assume for a minute that abuse is only out there. Sometimes in the few research interviews that I have conducted, abuse happened within the home by members of the extended family. So it's not an outsider very often. Okay, so next slide, please. Social acceptance is a tall order. Social acceptance doesn't happen in 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, or maybe even 20 years, or even 100 years. It's a long drawn process. Yes, there are laws. Laws are there. They are the letter of the law, the spirit of the law, very often not captured. But what is important for social change and acceptance of people who identify as transgender, third sex, whatever label you use or don't use, is attitudinal change, the way we think. And you and I, if we can't change our attitude and our understanding of the reality, then what change are we going to create through our roles as teachers in educational institutions? And I gather most of us in this webinar today are teachers in an institution. Most of us, I imagine. So what is our role? Are we only supposed to finish a syllabi and teach for an exam and get percentage marks and all of that cognitive processing, but no effect on the affective? And that's an important aspect of acceptance. Can we change? So we just don't want intellectual thinking, but can that be taken forward to also include the way we behave with people, the language that we use? And we'll come to that in a couple of slides. So social change, social acceptance, not easy, continuous process. It is, sure. And the attitudinal change can only come through creating awareness and educating others. Today, you and I are being educated about so many things related to these issues that we are discussing today. But we need to take this forward. Otherwise, it just becomes an intellectual exercise, a certificate which you can present, and that means nothing in the end. Next slide, please. Equality, indeed, very important. Does it happen? Mostly not. And we see that in every sector, not just with men and women, but the entire gender spectrum. So while equality sounds very good, of course, it's an eternal value that must be cherished always, but it may, in sociological terms, seem like an ideal type. It's a work in progress. We work towards that. It's hope that we can reach that end. Okay, next slide, please. Equal rights are important because we need to work towards that goal. And that's the only way we can hope for some change. Next slide, please. What's the way ahead? All of us are educators, at least most of us in this webinar today are educators. And our role as teachers, I'm going to submit this slide so that we have some time for your questions. As teachers, what can we do? Number one, we need to be educated about these things. Are we aware? Are we willing to be aware? Or do we close our minds? I like some of the words our first speaker mentioned. She spoke about open-mindedness. She spoke about the small things in life, letting a student share what she or he or Z wants to share with you. But they will not come and share with you if you seem like a very autocratic, authoritarian, unwilling to listen kind of teacher or parent or administrator or principal or vice principal or whatever label we live with. So are we willing to listen? Are we willing to open up those areas for discussion? And as teachers, and I'm a teacher as much as you are, I'm a school teacher effectively. I teach standard 11 and 12. And as a member of the Board of Studies at Bal Bharati, I've been able to talk about in the sociology syllabus, in the 11th standard textbook and the 12th standard textbook, we talk about homosexuality, heterosexuality, gender binary, gender expression, gender fluidity, gender stereotyping, gender inclusivity, We talk about these things. We don't hide and say, no, we can't talk about this. We need to talk about these things. And these are students, the level at which I teach, which is the age group 16 to 18, kind of, is the age when they are discovering themselves. So we need to be inclusive in our curriculum, in our syllabi, in the examples, and very importantly, in the language that we use. If we always use he and him and his to imply her or they, meaning transgender persons who use the pronoun they, that's not fair. Why do you use the masculine or the male version? So we need to remember that, I hope you can still hear me. We need to remember that an inclusion in our spaces, educational spaces, home spaces, in our workplaces, inclusive policy, support mechanisms. The earlier speaker also spoke about it. A support mechanism. In my college in Mumbai, we have a student social reform initiative, which is an initiative of students. And within that, we have a queer circle. And in that circle, I teach in a women's college. Any girl who identifies in any category or any ally, someone who supports the categories, who is willing to show that I am your friend and I'm here to listen without judging. So we have a Sophia Queer Circle, SQC. And we meet, of course, during the pandemic, everything has been virtual, but prior to the pandemic, we used to meet. It was a safe space where nobody judges anybody, nobody looks down upon anybody, nobody passes comments which are hurtful to anybody, and everybody is safe in that space. And I'm glad I have a principal who was open-minded about these things. We have the Kashish International Queer Film Festival, which comes every year to our college. I've invited them to our college. And we screen LGBTQAI+ films. Why do we do that? Because that creates an awareness amongst all of us. Some teachers get their students, they do assignments. I have students doing projects on transgender persons, on Hijra community, on third gender, etc. And this is not that I'm telling them you have to do it. I tell them, what would you like to study? And the students come up with their own project ideas. So we as teachers can be agents of change. Maybe we can't transform society in a huge way, but we can in these small ways. Last slide, please. It's just a thank you. And I would be happy to have your questions or comments. Thank you very much for being a patient listening audience. The next slide is only a thank you slide. So even if you don't screen it, that's all right.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask how this transgender is also a kind of psychological construct.
Okay.
Along with
it
social
is, yeah, yes. It is a social construct rather than a psychological construct because this is what an individual identifies as. And it is not a figment of imagination because this is what you feel within you. If you pretend that you are something, then of course you need to seek help. And very often individuals who think this is not who they are is possibly also because the environment in which they live is so homophobic and so transphobic that they are made to think that they are abnormal, not well beings. This is a figment of your imagination, and therefore go see the psychologist. So we have imposed our ideas upon them. So this can be clarified, but we need to have LGBT-friendly counselors who are willing to understand and listen. If it's a personal, individual problem of perception of the self, then that needs to be tackled by the professional psychologist. But there are many individuals who do not see it as a psychological problem. They say, this is me, this is who I am. I identify as lesbian or gay or transgender or whatever else, or non-labeled. And I am comfortable with that identity. So you accept me for the person that I am.
Thank you.
I hope that answers your question.
Any other question? You can type in the chat box also. Yes, there is one question by Devidas Kapadnis.
Okay.
He asked, what does CIS gender mean?
Yes, good point. A cisgender. Now, in a world that's very, yes, cisgender, right. So in a world that is extremely patriarchal, and we know what that means, and heterosexist, which means heterosexuality is the norm and everything is in the binaries, we have a lot of privilege, those of us who identify with these categories of male and female, man and woman. And that privilege is your cisgender identity as vis-a-vis transgender. So in order to understand the problems of transgender, the term cisgender is important because it helps us understand the gravity of the problem. As a man who identifies as male and man, who perhaps is also heterosexual, I have certain privileges because I'm living in a society, in a world that only supports these two categories or three categories. Which means if I belong to another category, whatever the label, then I'm at a disadvantage. That is why cisgender refers to an individual who is, let's say, male or female and identifies as man or woman respectively. And there is no conflict. So that's cisgender. So cisgender man, cisgender woman, cis man, these are words that use. There are numerous labels. Don't worry about labels. Ultimately respect the individual.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Any other question? Yes. If you want, you can even unmute yourself and ask. Okay, so there is no question, I suppose. My God. Please mute yourself. Okay. Thank you so much for guiding us on human rights and third gender. And it was really a musical discourse. The objectives, I would like to congratulate because whatever objectives you set, you definitely have achieved. You have definitely cleared and clarified the concept of third gender to transgender. You also have talked about the challenges faced by those transgender people, like self-image, self-worth, even self-acceptance, and their self-identity. If not achieved, that leads to depression and social attainment. You also have given us the solution that we should bring about the attitudinal change, right, to change their situation. Okay, and for that you also have conveyed your compassion as teacher comes out when you talked about how you can change the attitudes of the students so that for the future we can change the future, right? So thank
Right.
you so much. Now I would like to call upon
Just a minute. Ashwini, just sorry to interrupt you. I just want to say, share a few words to sir also. When he was talking about the things they are doing in their college, I would like to say, sir, that in our college also, with the help of our principal, Dr. J.D. Solkaskar madam, we have done a lot of programs having the theme of third genders. The prominent program which we had, that we had organized a national level conference in the month of last Jan, and there we have invited third genders also. They were participated in big number also. Then in the same academic year, we had usually we have our magazine, a college magazine, and that year we had have the theme of third gender, and
Okay.
that issue was also very excellent. The name of our magazine is Ekta. And throughout the year, we plan to do a lot of things to have the gender sensitization issues in our every program. Through NCC, NSS, and all department through we do such programs. Okay, sir.
Great.
Thanks a lot.
I'm very happy. I'm very happy to know that. And thanks to you have a principal and you have faculty members who are willing to go and bring these subjects of discussion to the
yes.
And we need to make that change. I hope you have students admitted who belong to the third gender or transgender community as well, so that that's how we enrich and empower them and give them the skills with which they can
Yeah, one
do
more
stuff
thing.
in life.
Yes, one more thing. We did the MOUs with social things there, and with the help of that NGOs and all, we give training to the third genders also.
Very
So
good,
that they
fantastic.
can, yes,
Great.
so that they can do
I'm
something
delighted to
like
hear.
that.
So
Yes,
good.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for
Thank you to
sharing,
your
madam.
principal, ma'am, and thank you.
Yes, sir.
Now I would like to call upon Srimati Shubhangi Gosavi madam to present vote of thanks. Shubhangi Gosavi madam, over to you.
Madam,
Yes.
Madam, I am audible.
Yes, madam. Yes, very much audible.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Shubhangi Gosavi, head of the psychology department. I am here to present the vote of thanks for today's international webinar second session. I would like to thank our resource person, Dr. Ivan John, for sharing their knowledge with us. I would like to thank Sir for taking out time for their busy schedule and enlightening us with the knowledge. Sir, you explained very well in simple words, difference between sex and third gender problems. Thank you, sir. Today, we had an opportunity to hear your thoughts and your own experience that will surely be going to encourage us in our future events on third gender. Once again, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you, madam. And thank
Thank
you,
you,
sir.
sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
That was our madam.
Okay.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yes. Now let's move on to our third session. Our guest for the third session is Professor Dr. Shruti Tambe. She is Chairman, Board of Studies of Sociology and Head of the Sociology Department of Savitribai Phule Pune University. Now, she is going to talk about human rights and women and children. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Mrs. H.D. Suryavanshi for the introduction of our guest.
Okay, hello, ma'am.
Yes, you are very much audible, ma'am. You can continue.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, one and all. I am Harshala Suryavanshi, Department of Sociology. I am very much delighted to introduction our guest for the third session of today's webinar on human rights and COVID-19. Our honorable guest speaker, Shruti Tambe, ma'am, currently work as professor and head at the Department of Sociology, Savitribai Phule Pune University. She is chairman, Board of Study, Department of Sociology, Savitribai Phule Pune University. She also serves as director, Culture program sponsored by Erasmus Mundus at the Savitribai Phule Pune University. For 2000, she is an active member of International Sociological Association and special and active member RC47 and RC32. At present, she is the editor of the newsletter of RC47 at a member of their board. At the regional association level, she has serviced as a member managing committee of the Marathi Samajshastra Parishad in Maharashtra. And she has also serviced as editor Marathi Samajshastra Sankshodhan Patrika for 3 years. She was on a editorial board of the newsletter of Indian Society. She is also the research guide. She has been involved in number of collaborative international research projects, including one sponsored by SSHRC
Canada, and the other funded by Toyota Foundation Japan. At present, she has worked on a research project funded by ICSSR and an international research project on the health of West people with colleagues from Penn State University, USA. Her research interests include social movement, labor, social policy, qualitative social research, and social theory. Her most recent publication is Women Workers in Urban Area. So without taking much time, now I call upon our guest speaker, Honorable Shruti Tambe ma'am, to address our participants through this online platform. Welcome to Shruti Tambe ma'am, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Harshala. And
welcome, ma'am.
I must thank the organizers. And in the beginning itself, I want to pay homage to our dear, very young and able colleague, Dr. Rahul Patil. I think it's really unfortunate that we lost him to COVID very recently. As a director of the Teaching Learning Center, sponsored by MHRD Government of India, Rahul Patil had organized one 8-day program, FDP, for college teachers in your college at Nashik in pre-COVID times. And he had done that job very successfully. We had invited resource persons from all across India to deliberate upon skills related to online teaching and digital resources and so on. So I pay my homage to Dr. Rahul Patil, and I'm really sorry that this very unfortunate, untoward incident has happened. And I pray that the bereaved family gets the courage to face this blow. Now, having said this, let me clarify that in a sense, I was a very reluctant participant as a resource person in this international webinar, because there are so many webinars happening these days. And many times I also find that people are participating in webinars as an API compulsion. But hardly there are few people and few colleges who are seriously organizing, considering the theme and considering the seriousness of various topics. Now it is, and that's why many times as a resource person, it is quite disheartening as a speaker to put in lot of efforts and then come across a situation where many times we know people don't even switch their cameras, there are no questions, and you don't know where what you're saying is going. But again, remembering Dr. Rahul Patil, my very young colleague, younger than me, I would say that whatever others are doing, whatever others think is their purview, but one should very sincerely do one's duties. And following that particular motto that my own department follows, I'm here to share my knowledge very humbly with you. The topic that has been given to me is human rights and women and children. Now, first of all, I think just before me, Ivan John has spoken, and he has talked about gender. What do we mean by gender in the context of course, third gender. But let me tell you that actually the term saying that human rights and women is a problem, and Tambe madam, you speak about it, itself is problematic, because I'm a sociologist and I would definitely like to give you the sociological understanding of all these terms as well. So when we say women, what are we really talking about? We are talking about a relational category. What is a relational category? Relational category is that women would have the category as a woman has a meaning only in context of men, only in context of third gender, transgender, so on and so forth. In other words, what I'm saying is, in our society, as a sociologist, I would say, we are socialized to become a man or a woman or a third gender. There are certain natural propensities and certain choices that are by birth amongst us, sexuality or our behavioral patterns, our motivations, our, some of our some of our likings and dislikes, but mostly, as sociology always highlights, it is a social construct. So being a woman, and again, what do we mean by becoming a woman or behaving like a woman in 21st century? It's very different than in 20th century. And it's very different 21st century womanhood in Maharashtra in 2021 is very different than womanhood in Kenya in 2021, or womanhood in Canada, again, rural Canada and urban Canada, rural India, tribal India, urban India. It's very, very, very different. And therefore, I think first thing, before I touch upon the issue of human rights and get into the discussion about what are the human rights of women and how they are violated, first two remarks I want to make here, and they are, the first thing we should know is gender is a relational category, and we will have to understand first gender as a category and concept, and then only we can go ahead in thinking about it. Okay, so first it is relational, second it is a social construct, and third it is definitely shaped by economy and politics. So when a head of state is saying that all women should produce more and more children because we want to go for a war, the atmosphere in the country is very different. When a very, very visionary kind of person, for example, not a ruler, but a thinker like Mahatma Phule, says that no, women are human beings first. They should be educated. They should be uh, dignified citizens of the country. Dr. Ambedkar, for example, a political leader who believed that women are not just bodily existence, but women are citizens of a modern nation state. The whole behavior pattern, dictates, norms, ideals, and values about it in the whole society, in the whole nation are very different. When we know that in recent years, if you want me to give an example, the American president, unfortunately, the infamous, the bad one, American president, Mr. Trump, kept on laughing at women professionals. Stage one, on the stage, he used to deride, condemn, laugh at women journalists, women actors, women professionals, women political leaders in the American Congress. He laughed at them. Then, obviously, in the whole society, the status of women also goes down, and the human rights of women are violated more easily. In other words, I am saying that leadership matters. Leadership and elite in a society definitely give orientation to a society. About gender, about small children, how those in power, those in economic power, those in political power, those in business, leaders, teachers, professionals like lawyers, journalists, how they behave with children, how they behave with women will define the overall atmosphere of that country. So first thing I would say that may it be gender or may it be children, these are basically constructs, and these are relational concepts. These are, so how a man behaves, women will be taught to behave in a different way. In that sense, it is a relational concept. And you must be knowing that there are many scholars in the recent years who have been talking in terms of this. Another concept that you should know is childhood itself is a very new concept. Childhood as a category itself was an invention of modernity. Okay, so in other words, in simple societies, children also worked a lot. Children were not spared. There was no free time for children. So childhood as a category, childhood as a phase in life where you are relaxed, you're growing up, your physical development and mental development is to be focused on, and society and family should help you to develop yourself as a human being, is a new thing. It is very, very new as 3 centuries, very recent development. So this we should remember. The other thing that I want all of us to remember is the sustainable development goals. So today in 2021, when your college has asked me to talk about women and human rights, or children and human rights, then we must remember that the context of sustainable development goals is very important. What is sustainability? The kind of development that can be continued, that is not temporary, that can be constantly continued, that is not to be finished in some time. It's not an event, it's a process. And if you want a process, एक बढ़ा चढ़ा के बहुत बड़ा सा एक function कर दिया और हो गया development, that is not sustainable development. Sustainable development is every day paying attention to the rights of women and the rights of children. And this is what the UNO now wants us all to remember and do. I'm going to today, I won't be able in 30 minutes to focus on everything, but I'm going to share a small PPT after a while and then talk to you about more issues. But first thing I want to ask you is, can you please tell me what according to you are the major human rights that UN has really talked about? I'm sure the earlier speakers have already talked about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, have already talked about, how Indian government has also accepted all of this, and so on and so forth. So now over to the audience. I'm going to just keep silent for some time, and I want all of you to tell me what you know as the human rights of women and the human rights of children. Please. Yes, please.
Yes, anybody from the participants wants to tell the meaning?
It's freedom to have education, freedom to earn by whatever field of career women like to choose, like this.
Anything that anyone knows? Any particular, I think there must be some of you who are from the background of law, right? The field of law. Okay, so maybe we should not waste time. Yeah, somebody is saying something. I can't hear you. Can't hear you.
In chat box, we have various answers like liberty, equality, and justice by Ashish Kanhu. Then Asha Lata Sonone says it is shelter, food.
And sir was saying something, but we could not hear him. I would just
Yes.
request him to write in the chat box so that we can read what he's saying.
Yes, sir. Please type in chat box, sir. Virendra sir says there should be equal opportunity to each individual, right to education, even health. Anybody else?
Okay.
You can type in the chat box also, no problem with that.
Okay, can we now share?
Fraternity says it is fraternity. Yes, right to live without any gender-based discrimination in every field of life. That was all.
Okay, I think, ma'am, I will now like to share the screen and share
Okay.
the small PPT so that some of the concepts are in front of us. All right. So can you see my, can you see the PPT?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, teacher.
Yes, madam.
Okay. Did I miss someone was saying something or should I just continue?
No, it was just, yes.
Okay. So I have titled my presentation as equality or equity because just now before me when Ivan was speaking, and I know Ivan quite well, in the question answer session, there was a talk about equality. But the point is, when we talk about human rights, we are not just talking about equality, we are talking about equity. Can anyone tell me what is the difference between equality and equity? All right, if there's time, I can just go ahead. I have framed today's talk in the context of 3 points. And the first point is gender and children are a category and a concept. So let's not just look at it as givens. We are teachers. Every word is a concept created by society with certain power politics, with certain hidden agenda behind the back. Why someone is called Besha? Why someone is called beggar? Why someone is called Namard? Every word has its own politics. And as teachers, we need to have X-ray vision to understand what is meant by that. So I propose here, I would appeal to everyone to pay attention to every term that we are using. So one of the terms, as we all know, is gender. One of the terms is children. And I have been asked talk about woman, but I feel these are basically relational concepts. A woman and a man are always relational. Don't we say, why are you behaving like a woman to a man? So it is a comparative thing. It is a seesaw. If you're more of a man, you're less of a woman. You're more of a woman, you're less of a man. And nothing is 100% in nature and in society also. Actually, famous author and journalist in Maharashtra, unfortunately, who died last year, she had written, Vidya Bal, she had written, we want more namard men and we want more manly women in our society. Then only the gender balance will become even. And the problems of men and the problems of women will get reduced. Think about it. Psychologically, biologically, there's a man in a woman's body and there's a woman in a man's body. There's masculinity in our mind and there's femininity in our mind. But we are taught in society, and this teaching in society we call social construct. What is a social construct? When I was a young girl, I was told, walk gently, laugh gently, don't say this, don't do this, don't shout, don't laugh like that, etc. Unfortunately, in recent years, even in the parliament, those in power have been making these kinds of comments. How can you expect India to have good status and good respect for women when those in parliament are laughing at women and passing any comments that are unparliamentary in nature? Very, very sad situation. And our notions of who is a child, who is not a child, are also shaped by economy. May I request everyone to switch off your mic? There's too much of disturbance here. There's some screeching sound. सब लोग अपना अपना माइक बंद करें प्लीज, बहुत डिस्टर्ब हो रहा है. Organizers, help me. I think Om Prakash sir, आपका माइक बंद करिए. Om Prakash, that's what I can see here. I'm getting disturbed. Okay. Now, so it's a social construct. It is also shaped by economy and politics. In UK, for example, a mother has fought for 10 years in the Supreme Court of United Kingdom, that is England, to say that young girls, their swimming suits are being sexualized. So, because the companies which produce swimsuits have made it into a sexual object, and that results in commodification of a small child's body also. In India also, you see that the Bollywood actresses, what they wear is unfortunately copied for 6-year-old, 7-year-old girls' dresses. And this is sexualization, which is violation of child rights, human rights of children. So a woman, a mother went to the court and fought for it. So what is the point here? Our womanhood, or who a child is and how a child should behave, is also shaped by economy and politics. What kind of political leaders you have got? Are they coming out in a morcha to justify a rape in a temple? Then human rights of women in your society are really at danger. If you remember, in recent years, there was in Jammu and Kashmir, in a temple, there was rape of a nomadic tribe girl, Bakarwal girl, in a temple, Katua. And she was a child. She was a girl child, 7-year-old, and she was of a nomadic community, and she was from a very poor background. And this girl was raped by the, supposedly the case is still on, but that is the allegation, that the temple priest and one of the police persons on duty and their accomplices raped this young girl and killed her in the same temple. Now, after the incident happened, the political elite of the area, members of some political parties and some lawyers also, came out with a morcha saying that these people should not be arrested. Now, if this is the situation of politics, and I gave you another example of economy, the bikini dresses for young girls, 6-year-old, 4-year-old, 8-year-old girls. So sexualization of children is happening with political class and elite economy class as well. Leadership and elite give orientation to our society, and we should never ever forget it. The next point that I'm going to really take as my starting point, as my reference point, as I have already said, Sustainable Development Goals declared by the UN. And what does the UN say? Women and SDG is our reference point that we have to really think about, and children and SDGs. And here, sustainability means the kind of development that can be constantly continued. It is a process which is every day happening, every day paying attention to the rights of women and children. I'm sorry, there's a mistake here. To the rights of women and children. Not just celebrate 8th March, celebrate 3rd Jan as Savitribai Phule birth anniversary and forget about women. In the staff room, again cracking of dirty jokes every day, cracking of very stupid comments against women lecturers, teachers, colleagues, our friends, our daughters, body shaming, aap mote ho, aap ye ho, that is called as body shaming. These are all violations of human rights. And therefore, please remember that it is not about what is the law passed, what is the policy, what is the scheme. It is about every day in school, every day in neighborhood, every day in the family, what is happening, that is important. How every man and every third gender treats women, how everyone in society, from our president to prime minister to chief ministers to governors to our municipality members to our principals to our management members to every peon in the college, how everyone treats children and women will matter in their house, in their private life, and in their public life. Therefore, please remember, UN attracts our attention to everyday life processes. And the third reference point for my talk is obviously the Constitution of India, which is already laid out. And I think I must say in the chat box, many people wrote a lot of things, but they were not about human rights. They were basically about constitutional morality of India. And thanks to Mahatma Gandhi ji, thanks to Jawaharlal Nehru, our first Prime Minister, thanks to Dr. Ambedkar, who was the chairperson of the drafting committee, and thanks to all our Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, Rajendra Prasad, all our eminent leaders, Munshi ji, and amongst the women, please remember, Velayudhan ma'am was there, then Vijaya Lakshmi Pandit was there, and then Rajkumari Amrit Kaur was there, Sucheta Kriplani was there. There were so many women who were also part of the writing of the Constitution and the debates in the Constituent Assembly. And we are very, very grateful to these leaders of our country who created an atmosphere where women were treated as partners in citizenship, partners in making of New India. And this was in the 1940s. So that's why we have inherited, we all know all these values: sovereign, democratic, republic, justice, social, economic, and political. And then we all know that liberty, equality, fraternity, all these things. Today, what is the situation? And I would take you back to Maharashtra in 13th century. Do you remember what I'm really talking about? I'm actually talking about the Mahanubhav sect that Maharashtra is known for. And according to the Mahanubhav sect, there were leelas that Chakradhar Swami really gave us. And what is one of the leelas? That there was this 7 blind people. Now, this is no insult to anyone who is visually impaired, but basically it is a way of saying that an elephant they met and they looked at it from all angles and everyone gave a different version. but the knowledgeable said it's not the parts that are important, it's the whole that is important. And I always try to use this allegory, this example, because I think when we talk about women and human rights, we are like that. You know, I have got the leg, so elephant is like a pillar. I have found the ear, so the elephant is like this. I have found the tail, so the elephant is like a rope, you know. No, we need to look at society and social reality in totality and also grasp the essence of the whole thing, marma dhyan, what is meant in actuality. Otherwise, what are people doing? Yeah, human rights of women, we selected that woman for the job and she's so bad because she's now pregnant, she has a ill parent, oh how bad. No, if you understand what is human rights of women, you will not pass such comments. It is the responsibility of society to create an environment, atmosphere, and setting in which caring for the old, caring for the young children does not remain a woman's responsibility. And then the principal, the head of the department, the management is not all the time blaming that poor woman for it. So I'm sure maybe the previous speakers have already talked about it, but let me race through this. Since I'm asked to talk about women, I have just included these concepts. What are the differences between sex and gender? We know that sex is supposed to be the biological reality, but we also know that sexuality is a choice. It need not be fixed at birth. Later on, some people also change their identity, their sexual choices. And Ivan, I think, has already commented on it. What is gender? Gender is the list of behavioral patterns, traits, values that society gives you. The moment you're born in a family, you're told you are the second girl in the family. You should behave like this. Then on a festive day, you will be told, no, you will not get a new dress because you're a second daughter. So continuously, society, family, neighborhood, teachers, they are reproducing gender. The ideas, the expectations, the values are taught to you all the time. Patriarchy is the system in which the males are given priority over women and third gender and transgender and bisexuals. And what is that system? Where there is control over sexuality, mobility, property, and decision making. It's a social structure. It's part of the structure that a woman cannot speak her mind because patriarchy would control what she speaks and whether she will be heard or she will not be heard. Anthropologists, through their research, have told us that women, in fact, invented weaving. Women invented farming, dairy, house building, preservation of food, the pickles. This is the season for the pickles in India. Why pickles? Because droughts are there. You have to preserve food in the form of pickles. Pickle, salting of vegetables, fish, chicken, meat, and storing it for the rainy days or the famine years. So that stored food preserves your society. You don't die immediately. You have saved food somewhere. And who did this? Women did this. When the big hunt came, some men and some women always worked on preservation. The gender divide was not black and white. Women have to do pickles and men should not even look at pickles. That was not there because we were all working, all taking decisions as a herd, as a tribe, as a small bunch of people who were semi-nomadic. And, you know, biologists have always told us that it is the same brain. Only nature had made small differences amongst men and women, but they are not as big as black and white to deprive women of certain rights. Now I'm coming to first human right, and that is right to work. Everyone has the right to work and livelihood. Upajivika. So to feed yourself is a right to survival, in fact. So if in middle class families, it is told to the young daughter-in-law, तुम्हें नौकरी करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, घर से बाहर नहीं निकलना, it's violation of the human rights. If she wants to work for money, for survival and earn a living, it's a human right. And we know that women have always been working. In urban society, this is a new creation during modern times. What is a new creation? Housewife, gruhini, ha shodh lavla gelela hai. When there was enough of wealth and extra surplus food, then this creation was there. Even today, you will find men and women all work, even today in rural society, in farming. In tribal society, everyone works. In rural society, the rich farmers don't work, and there's great status. I employ people. Okay, but it's not so in tribal societies, and tribals do follow sustainable development goals that today UN is asking you and me to follow. Please remember. Now, another thing we should remember is all jobs are great, and therefore women should be eligible for all jobs. But there are social constructs. What are the jobs that are suitable for women? Who is a good woman? What kind of a woman is called good? What kind of a woman is called bad? And accordingly, in recruitment, in promotions, these biases of patriarchy work a lot. And this is violation of women's human rights. So there is a glass ceiling that women always face, that you can go up to here, but not beyond. Because of your gender, you cannot really go beyond it. If you remember, NAC, the Accreditation Council, has already made a comment that how come across India such a less number is there of women vice chancellors. And we are very unfortunate that Maharashtra always claims to be a great state, but in the state of Maharashtra, there are no women vice chancellors. There are as many as 13, 14 universities, including the deemed universities, but no woman vice chancellor is really allowed. So this is one of the, that is glass ceiling for women. And this is violation of human rights. So today you might be knowing that in all developed countries, and now India is also being pressurized to sign on that, there's a new policy and laws have been passed that in corporate houses, 50% of women should be there in the governing boards of all managements. In managing positions, decision-making positions, women should come. The other trend that we always find is feminization of labor. Whenever there is poverty and more poverty, then women are employed in more numbers. Why? Because women are paid less for the same job and many rights are cut in case of them. And therefore, there is a preference for women, which is called as feminization of labor. Many times, even I feel very proud that department after department in Savitribai Phule Pune University, there are many women heads of departments. But it is also a trend of feminization of the academia, that men are leaving academics and going to other fields. And it's not that the managements are favoring achieving women or good quality women workers. There are good quality women workers across, but somehow the policy is not there to ensure the representation of women in decision-making bodies. So there might be many women, but at lower ranks. If you go to a hospital, who is the dean? Who is the chief of the operations? Who is chief of HR? Who is chief of accounts? In a hospital, in a hotel, in a corporation, just check that and you will know what I'm trying to say. So this is, in a sense, women might be employed, but then their development will be controlled. And this is called as, again, violation. In the broader developmental context, and I'm therefore linking it to SDGs, we know that the understanding of gender is limited to problems of women. And therefore, usually what do we talk about? Women have problems. Women means problems. And I'm sure today it is also expected that in my speech, I will talk to you in the same manner. I'm going to though take you to one very small developmental kinds of scenario that we all come across. When a girl is born in a family, and this is therefore a violation of human rights of women and violation of human rights of children also. When a girl is born, the dream is, if you are a girl, you have to get married. You have to be beautiful. You have to deck up yourself with gold, lots of gold, and then you have to attract a boy through singing and dancing and get married. A woman's moksha is in marriage. If in our institution a girl is not married, a colleague is not married, then immediately we start suspecting, Lagna ka nahi kela? Why she is not married? So because we consider social construct that marriage is normal and necessary and essential for all women. And if a boy is born, there's again similar pressure on a male child that you have to, Papa kehte hain bada naam karega. You have to be the best. You have to be physically, powerful, mard. You have to be very brilliant, first topper in the class. And you have to get a great job with a fat valet. How will it all happen? But with this, in socialization, we sow the seeds of acceptance, of violation of rights of women and rights of children. I'm skipping a lot. And again, therefore, I want to show you something. I asked you initially itself, the title of my presentation is about equality or equity. And let me show you this picture which depicts children. What do you see here? On the left-hand side, is it fair? This is violation of a child's rights. The adult is exploiting the child, right? This is the adult. And here, it is slightly different. What is the difference between the two? Any idea? This is equality. In theory, everyone is equal. And here, in actuality, there is distribution of resources. And here the child rights are protected, as you can see. This child's rights are also protected. And this adult is a good, responsible adult. But please remember, this is not about my child and your child. This should be about all children in society. Any child in society should be treated like this. And that's what we should be concerned about. So let's now look at what do we mean by equality and equity. Equality is more of sameness, same thing to everyone. And that is not protecting the human right. That is the first step. That is the first step. But what is in actuality needed? See, on the right-hand side, justice should be procured. Justice should be ensured in actual real life, everyday life situations. And this you have to do every day, not just once. Providing people with the resources and opportunities they need, given their history and set of circumstances. And please look at this. What is reality in our society? Those who are underprivileged, may it be on account of caste, class, gender, or age, children, actually they are thrown in the ditches. Ajun khaddyat fekun dila jato. And those who are already powerful, the irresponsible adult, would manipulate everything and use monopoly. Big companies, big companies. There are companies which will produce toothpaste also, petroleum also. They'll produce jeans also. They'll have a school also. They'll have a hospital also. They are everywhere. You can't run away from them. They have mobile networks also, and they'll control you. Big companies become bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. That also ensures that is in future, there could be a likelihood of violation of human rights. Unless people are in a spectrum. No one is so big and no one is so low. Human rights cannot be ensured. So to protect human rights, you also need a situation where people are sharing the ground. One of the most important things that I'm going to talk about, the problem in case of human rights and which brings together women and children, is human trafficking, illegal smuggling of women for body trade, for prostitution across international borders. This is a very big problem, and the UN has taken serious cognizance of it, and also trafficking of children. So young, poor girls might be asked to conceive for money, and the moment the child is born, that child is taken away and sold in international market illegally for child pornography, for child prostitution, or for other very, which cannot be even pronounced, those kinds of intentions. So trafficking of women and trafficking of children brings together one of the very serious threats to human rights in the world as of today. Laws have been passed, but stigma about prostitution still remains. And therefore, I really want to drive your attention to one last point. Maybe my time is about to get over. What are the solutions about human right violations? Human right violations are of many kinds, but two I am flagging here: inequality and inequity and discrimination. One, and I'm as a sociologist going to, Om Prakash sir, please switch off your mic. I'm as a sociologist going to mark the broad kinds of solutions. So one of the solution is good quality education. Second is good health. Third is ensuring mental health. Even in the COVID times right now, one of the major social problems that India is going to face very shortly is explosion of mental health problems, mental illness. It could be moderate, it could be medium, it could be very severe. But because of deaths, because of children being orphans, because of the pandemic, all the people are under pressure, psychological pressure, and therefore this mental health catastrophe is really hanging on our heads. One of the major things about women and children is good training where capacity building is done to allow women and children to explore who they are, own identity. Also to ensure their human dignity, and lastly, understand laws, schemes, policies, and dimensions of citizenship. If we can do this, then really we can actually succeed in controlling human rights violation. To end, in 1 minute, I'm going to end, and then Jayashree madam, you can speak. I, as a sociologist, always believe that we must treat the community as a unit. And in the Sustainable Development Goals, the UN has also said that a micro level resilient community building can be an answer. Government, international community, this, that are big things. But at the social level, and as a sociologist, let me tell you, what is a community? It is a group, a very close group, intimate group of which you are a member. You can share everything, and the community can really support you. Now, there are problems if we are talking about caste or our family as a community, because our caste many times carries the old notions. Our family also carries old notions about womanhood and manhood and so on. And therefore, we here are not going to look at community in the older style, but we are going to talk about capacity building of communities also. Communities also be taught about Human Rights Declaration, about CEDAW document to protect women against violence and so on. And adolescent boys and girls, I think we should focus on as teachers, because they can be the change makers, and we must make change possible through our own students. From 10th standard to graduation level group is the most important catalyst group. And to end with, therefore, are we talking about social exclusion? Are we talking about really social inclusion? And therefore, we are teachers. So I would again drive you back to research areas. This is an international webinar, and I would believe that we as teachers should also, undertake good research projects. What are human rights of women according to UN, and what is the perception in India? Can be one theme. Secondly, there are stereotypes are controlling even our minds as researchers. So because of stereotypes, no out-of-box thinking is possible. And we all know, for good quality research, internationally renowned research, for peer-reviewed good quality publications, we need original thinking, original research, original writing, no plagiarism. And for that, out-of-box thinking, not following orders, going beyond stereotypes is really required. Teacher mane 9 to 5 job, and then enjoy your TV, enjoy your caste relations as usual. That is not what is expected in 21st century. And UN SDGs therefore have commitment to ending of hunger from the entire world. And therefore, hunger index has been also started. Therefore, ending poverty, ending gender harassment, gender discrimination are the priorities given to you and me by United Nations. Ethics of care should be really talked about and researched on. What is ethics of care? वृद्धांची काळजी घेणं, बालकांची काळजी घेणं, looking after the ill, looking after the old, looking after babies. This should become a universal commitment of men, women, etc. So in our offices, our corporate settlements, our academia, everywhere, businesses, there should be some provision for it. There should be a creche. There should be that kind of incentivized leave, and there should be those kinds of support systems. Gender sensitive language should be used in our everyday life, but also in our research. And with this, therefore, I would really take leave. It's a long presentation, but I think we need not go by the presentation. I thank you all. Thank you very much. And let me give you my details, my email ID. Thank you for inviting me. And thank you for being so patient in listening to me. I'm looking forward to your comments and questions, because I'm here to learn and not just to preach. Thank you.
Yes, am I audible? Yes. Let me confess, madam. Initially, you told us that you were reluctant to join this webinar, and your discourse was so passionate, so compassionate and scholarly that it's quite obvious that you expect to have an active audience. So from this active audience, let me ask you some questions. There are some questions in the chat box. How do you understand the link between human rights, women, and caste? This question is by Principal Ujjwala Devre.
This is a very pertinent question. And as I said, I had to skip some of my slides. Gender and caste come together. In fact, I have argued already in another previous publication that if in India you want to talk about rights of women and any human rights violation against women, then we must, consider 4 corners, 4 dimensions of the problem. It's like, quadrangle. So the first corner A first important dimension is caste system. The second one is patriarchy and the patriarchal expectations and systems. The third corner is the feudal values in our mind. Women should do this, women should not do this. Children and hearth is your job, not outside the threshold, etc., etc. 7 baje ke baad bahar nahi dikhna hai. These are feudal notions about woman, and caste and gender comes together in this again. And the fourth corner of this quadrangle is the current globalization phase in which commodification and consumption has become very important, and therefore a woman's body itself has become a commodity. More clothes, more accessories, more jewelry. The internet is overflowing and flooding with all of this. And buy. That is the message given to you. So today, human rights violation are framed by these 4 factors. And obviously, therefore, I agree that if I am a woman and I belong to Dalit caste, then my predicament is even worse. If I'll give you one example. When I was a student, a very senior public intellectual who's written a lot of books in Maharashtra, a senior person called Vinayak Rao Kulkarni. He used to give us one very interesting example, and I haven't forgotten it. He says, you talk about marriage and women, and you always say that every woman should get married. And this is Hindu Dharma Shastras, right? Please read Justice Kane's book on history of the Dharma Shastras. That is the first respected book with all the references, and even today it stands as one of the best books on the topic. So Hindu Dharma Shastras prescribe marriage as a compulsory sacrament for every woman born. And in olden days, if a woman did not get married and died, they used to, and I think even today in North India in some places, they used to marry the dead body with something before the funeral rites. It was like that, And Vinayak Rao Kulkarni said that think about a Maratha girl who's very bright and who says, I don't want to get married very quickly at a young age, but I want to pursue MTech from IIT. And then I want to go to US, with my merit, with my scholarship for PhD. What will be the reaction of the family and Maratha caste community? As aunties and uncles, what would you all say to a Maratha girl? Very bright, exceptionally bright, a girl with dreams and aspirations. And the same thing, if a Kolhati girl who's a tamasha dancer, who is sexually exploited by upper caste men as a right to exploit her, wo to waisi hai. If she says, I want to get married to a Maratha boy, a simple boy, but a self-respecting boy who is earning, and he wants to marry me, please allow me to marry. Marriage as the same thing. What will the Kolhati family say about the Maratha boy, about the prospects of marriage, and about she getting married? For the Kolhati girl, getting married is a crime. She has to remain unmarried so that feudal values and patriarchy can exploit her body and mind for years and years and years. And for a Maratha girl, getting married is compulsory at a certain age, because through marriage, patriarchy believes in exploiting women in a certain way. So caste and gender, caste and womanhood. This example Vinayak Rao Kulkarni used to give us. And till date, I haven't forgotten about it. Think about it, even in 2021. This was told to me in 1985. Has it changed? You tell me. Has it changed?
Not
That is the
really.
relationship between caste and woman's human right violation.
Yes.
So a woman's right to life. Domestic violence since the COVID times is a serious global problem. And World Health Organization, WHO, has called beating of wives during the lockdown, rape by husbands of wives throughout the lockdown, forceful conception during the lockdown as shadow pandemic. And Italian government, French government, German government, even in USA, they came up with bright ideas. They said if a woman makes a red dot on her hand, in some countries they said a purple dot on her hand, and goes to a chemist to ask for some medicine, the chemist should call up the police and the government department, because that is the secret sign that I am being harassed and beaten up or raped or whatever, taunted, starved by my family. So domestic violence is also something which is human rights violation across the globe. But in India, what is peculiar, if you are beaten up and if a married woman is getting beaten up or taunted or not, emotionally harassed, psychologically harassed, and if she calls her mother and says, mother would say, your destiny, that's your moksha, you should die there. Don't come back. Gharane ki izzat. That is shadow pandemic. But in India, the shadow has another dimension of caste izzat, gharana izzat, which is not there in Western countries. In Western countries are also women getting beaten up, but their mothers and fathers are not leaving them. And their ministers are not saying, follow your patni dharma, don't go to police. In our case, our members of parliament, our amdar khasdar, our own sanstha chalak, our own principal might say, our own police station officers say, why did you come to the police station? Gharane ka izzat ka khayal nahi hai. Ghar ja. This is the dimension of caste. In the name of caste honor, third thing, in fact, in the name of caste honor, many honor killings are happening in the case of intercaste, interreligious marriages. And that is also violation of human rights. If there is suspicion that the young girl, 10th standard, 11th standard, is talking to a boy of lower caste, then that boy is being killed in broad daylight, Nagar district. Remember the cases. What is this? Caste honor is definitely something which is against human rights of women. Because when we talk about human rights of women, we are talking about women beyond caste, beyond body, beyond economic condition, class, beyond religion. Us religion ki hai, rape kar lo. Rape the woman of another religion. No. Human rights, when we talk about beyond caste, beyond bodily existence, beyond class, economic condition, beyond religious identity, us dharam ki aurat hai, rape karo, maar dalo. And beyond nationality, Pakistani women ko aisa karna hai. No. When we talk of human rights, it's beyond all 5 obstacles to human rights. Please remember. And definitely, thank you for reminding me. I had missed out on that point.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We have some more questions. Yes. Why do women deny human rights of other women? So human rights cannot be understood only in terms of gender. What are the other factors?
What do we mean by gender? Social construct. A woman is made to behave in a certain fashion. So if she behaves as an agent of caste, she talks about women of other caste in a bad way. If she is socialized to believe that she is agent of patriarchy, she continuously talks about other women. वो मोटी है, वो काली है, वो डल है, वो स्मार्ट नहीं है, उसका हेल्थ ऐसा है, उसको बेटा नहीं हो रहा है. Agent of patriarchy. Men also behave badly with other men. Brothers are not always in love. शेताच्या बांधावरनं खून होतात. There are murders that brothers murder each other because they are agents of a certain thinking ideology pattern. If women are agents of caste, they will be bad and against the human rights of women from other castes. Similarly, if women are socialized to believe in patriarchy like anything, they will indulge in gossip and bad mouthing about other women. Definitely.
Yeah. There is one more question by Devidas Kapidness. He is asking.
I will just again say something. I think Ujjwala Devre ma'am, there's a mistake in your framing of the question. You are trying to say, so human rights cannot be understood only in terms of gender. I have already answered you.
Yes.
I've already said it is caste, class, gender, religion, nationality, and ethnicity also, tribal, non-tribal. Tribal women are sexually exploited by upper caste families, and the women in those families do not think their husbands or sons are doing any crime. They're happy about it. They don't say anything to their son or their husband. So obviously, these are the 6 dimensions in which we are considering the human rights issue, not just gender.
Yes. Thank you, madam. Devidas Kapadnis sir wants to, discuss about human responsibilities also in addition to human rights.
I don't know what he means. I think we should all read about the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Oh, yes.
The responsibility is not to violate the rights of others first.
Yes.
To ensure that there is no discrimination against any human being on this planet, irrespective of 6 factors which divide all of us. Then there is a responsibility, that our duty actually, that if you're working in any organization, no one should be economically exploited, socially exploited, taunted, insulted in your organization, in your family, in your NGO, in your office, and no one is sexually exploited. What do we mean by sexual exploitation? Not just molestation or rape. Even commenting on a woman, काय मॅडम फार आता तब्येत चांगली झाली आहे तुमची, is also human rights violation. Body shaming, taunting, commenting is also human rights violation on the psychological grounds. If a woman is pregnant, commenting in horrible ways is still happening in our staff rooms and in our premises. We should be very watchful. If a girl you find 2 or 3 times outside with one boy or the other, immediately commenting in the classroom, you didn't submit your test paper, I know where you are busy. That is human rights violation of a girl. Remember, this is not a joke. This is not being a good teacher who's disciplining someone. So getting into the private matters of someone and commenting in a contemptuous manner is also violation of human rights, and that's our duty. I think I'm just briefly saying it because it's a long mandate, but I cannot really cover. Shubham Devre has also raised his hand, I can see. And earlier Jayashri Zadhav had also raised her hand.
Yes. Anybody else would like to ask any question? Jayashri madam, Shubham, you can chat in the chat box, or you can unmute yourself and talk. Okay. Any other question? from the participants? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much madam, for this scholarly discourse. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Srimati Sadhna Patil madam to present vote of thanks. Sadhna Patil madam. Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, can I just take 1 minute?
Yes, please.
In the chat box, there is a question.
Okay.
Is there any change in the constitution about
Okay.
human rights?
Yes.
Is there any change in our Indian constitution to develop the rights of human? I think our constitution already had those very, very visionary kinds of values in the preamble of our constitution. And we also know that one of the very important features of Indian constitution is inclusion of directives for state policy, wherein many of the basic fundamental rights and duties and what the government should do to protect human rights has been written down. Obviously, Constitution of India was written earlier, before the human rights discourse became popular and the UN spread it across the globe. The Constitution per se has not been amended, but many laws have been passed after Indian government ratified the Human Rights Declaration. I was talking about, if you remember, trafficking. So there are laws about prostitution, there are laws about child abuse. There is, you remember this new initiative against domestic violence, so DV Acts, DV committees, then POXO, which is about, adolescent and children, sexual abuse and violence and trafficking. All these are because of the human rights discourse. And there are many, for Adivasi, protection of Adivasi human rights, there are separate laws and schemes and policies. So the government has implemented a lot of things after signing the Human Rights Declaration by the UN. But as I was trying to make my talk more contemporary, we must remember that in 2016, the UN has come up with Sustainable Development Goals for the period 2017 to 2030. And those now we should really study well. 16 goals are there, and many of one major focus is on gender. They're not just talking about women, they're talking about the spectrum: men, women, bisexuals, lesbians, homosexuals, transsexuals, queer, everyone. So that spectrum is now considered, acknowledged by the UN as everyone having human rights. And in the earlier session, I'm sorry to comment, but one principal gave a very good description about what her college is doing with respect to the third gender community. And she said how they organize a lot of trainings for the third genders. I must say that if we really want to stop human rights violation, it is not the third genders that need to be trained. It is not women who should be taught karate. It is the men who should be taught. It is the teachers who should be taught and trained. It is the police, it is the lawyers and judges. Those in power should be taught more. Then I think violation will stop. Powerless people, if you keep on training them, their capacity building definitely happens. But the power balance, if you want to change, then I think you will have to train those who are in power, like teachers, lawyers, judges, politicians, business people, corporate officials, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
That principal is our madam, Sonkaskar madam, in our institution.
Sorry, only the audio was on at that time. I could not see the video at that time. That's why I said.
Yes, yes. She is the motivating force behind us.
Of course, I know her. I know her. We have worked together in the academic council of Savitribai Phule Pune University, where I represent my own discipline.
Yeah. Over to you, Sadhna Patil, madam.
Okay.
respected principal ma'am and vice principals, honorable resource persons, faculty members, and dear participants. On behalf of MEP Samajas, KSKW Arts, Science, and Commerce College, SIDCO, and the organizing committee of this international webinar, I feel immense pleasure to take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks to our resource person, Dr. Shruti Tambe, Chairman, Board of Studies, and HOD of Sociology Department at Savitribai Phule Pune University. We are very grateful that she decided to give us her valuable time and enlightened us with her very grateful lecture on human rights and women and children. Her lecture was both insightful and knowledgeable. She provided insights into the topic and also provided some interesting and informative facts. I'm sure that today's lecture will definitely help us in our studies and future. Thank you, ma'am, for making this webinar interesting and fruitful. Once again, I wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Shruti Tambe, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, very much.
Thank you, all of you. So friends, since morning, we are going through the journey of information and creating awareness about human rights. Now we are at the end of our webinar. We will start the valedictory session. I welcome.
Yes,
I welcome all of you on behalf of our principal, Dr. J.D. Sonkhaskar, and all organizing committee. Now, I would like to request the chairperson of this webinar, Honorable Professor Dr. Srimati Manjari Karikar, to share her thoughts. Dr. Manjari Karikar, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, madam, you are audible.
Can you listen me?
Yes, madam.
But in camera, something different. Green color is showing. Please make adjustment.
Sadhana Patil, madam, mute your mic.
It's not
Sadhana
normal.
Patil, madam. Sadhana Patil, madam, mute your mic. Patil, madam, mute your mic. Sadhana Patil, madam. Sadhana Patil, madam, mute your mic, please. Karikan, madam, you can start.
Yeah. It's looking something different in camera. Therefore, I am asking you. It's not properly working.
We are able to see you, madam. No problem.
Yeah, you are seeing me normal?
Yes.
Yeah, something pink, green.
No.
Nothing.
Completely normal. Yes.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to congratulate organizing team of your college and your motivational personality, Dr. Sonkhaskar madam, for organizing such international webinar. It is very courageous activity, and also I would like to thanks to Srimati Plavini Pawar, Ivan John, and Dr. Shruti Tambe for giving very insightful speeches before me. So also I would like to say you that they have covered a number of things. They have covered, and they left nothing behind. Still, I want to say something.
I want to conclude something, and I'm interested in having some my own ideas. So, from the almost from March 11 to 2020, in December first time the coronavirus found, etc., etc. I'm not going to going to history of corona spread and COVID-19, etc. Uh, then in March 11, the World Health Organization declared that outbreak of viral disease COVID-19, the first identified in December 2019 in Wuhan, China, had reached the level of global pandemic. World Health Organization called for governments to take urgent and aggressive action to stop spread of the virus. Then we have to assess this COVID-19 on the background of human rights. This is your central theme of your webinar. International human rights law guarantees everyone the right to the highest attainable standard of health and obligate governments to take steps to prevent threats to public health and provide medical care to those who need it. Human rights law also recognizes that in the context of serious public health threats and public emergencies threatening to the life of nation. This is the main focus of human rights. So on this background, we have to review the entire spread of COVID-19 and measure taken to prevent COVID-19, etc. So you can say that right to health is closely related and dependent upon the realization of other human rights as contained in the International Bill of Rights, including the right to food, housing, work, education, human dignity, life, non-discrimination, equality, prohibition against torture, privacy, access to information and freedom of association, assembly and movement. These and other rights and freedom address integral components of the right to health. Indirectly, they are related to right to health. The right to health provides that health facilities, goods and services should be available to sufficient quantity, accessible to everyone without discrimination, affordable to all, even marginalized group, acceptable meaning respectful to medical ethics and culturally appropriate and scientifically and medically appropriate and of good quality. In a number of countries, respective governments have failed upon to right to freedom of expression. And even if we observe carefully, I'm not giving specific example of a particular country, but if we just observe daily news on TV, we can observe that in the last year, number of deaths due to COVID-19 were more in foreign countries. In comparison to other countries, quite condition of India was quite better than other. But in second phase of COVID-19, now there is a second phase of COVID-19. As compared to India, other countries are in a better position because in due course of time, other countries, they have taken care of public health. They use preventive measures, vaccinations, and number of things they applied. I don't know why Indian government made such delay in such things. Therefore, in the condition of India is not good as in the first phase. One important thing we can note that India after COVID-19, one bill or act is passed that is in October 2020, that is Insurance Act was passed, health insurance for the people with mental illness. This is a quite different approach taken by Indian government. And for mental health and treatment are being provided by HDFC ERGO in the My Health Suraksha plan. The Ayushman Bharat scheme of Government of India includes costs of outpatient and inpatient because of the mental illness, while private insurer like HDFC ERGO excluded outpatient treatment. So this is related to health issues created by COVID-19. Even we can just observe there is, if we want to take vaccination, and there is no sufficient supply of Covishield, Covaxin, and nowadays other companies are entering into that field. So our government is having a dearth of vaccination, and it's not good in the context of public health. So on this ground of public health, I can observe that government should take fast action, or government is paying the cost of having lethargy in doing such thing in the interval period. Then what are effects of COVID-19 on children? That is, school remained closed and online classes have replaced classroom teaching, increase in the internet use, increased opportunity for use make internet use makes it more difficult for parents to control these access and frequent use of internet, which is associated with self-harm and suicidal behavior in adolescents with psychological risk factor. Increasing parental anxiety, increase in family violence, school closure, and home confinement can also have a beneficial effect on adolescent mental health by allowing for more cohesive lifestyle. If we can observe here and there that some news occurred in newspapers that when online classes began and some parents, they did not have that much amount to pay for buying um, mobile, of having this facility smartphone. Some students from schools, they felt it very guilty that why my parents cannot buy such smart mobile. And some news I have read that some students committed suicide because of frustration. So this is side effect on education of COVID-19. That is, education became costly for the very ordinary person. Those who are having online phones, smartphone with them, they did not face any facility. So in our constitution, there is a right to education. We have inserted that right. And if we are restricting right to the limited students who are having a smartphone, it indicates that we are denying right to education to poor students. This is negative effect of COVID-19. Then excessive isolation in children and adolescents may result into poor mental health, such as sleep disturbances, excessive anger, difficulty in concentrating. So, due to COVID-19, the students, they lost the contact with their friends. They are not going to schools and colleges also. So they are isolated at home, and this may result into their disturbing their mental health, and they may lose the social contacts, etc. These are negative effects. Another effect why parents cannot provide them much facilities, because there is reduction in family income, limited access to digital resources, and the high cost of internet connectivity have disrupted the academic life of the student. Changes in daily routine, including lack of outdoor activity, disturbed sleeping, patterns, social distancing have affected the mental being of the students. A rise of e-learning, whereby teaching is undertaken remotely and on digital platforms. So, here I would like to suggest that our school teachers, even college teachers, they are not very much acquainted or familiar with number of applications of computer. So first of all, they had to learn that. Then they had to apply. In number of times, as I myself have observed, the students who are in remote area, they are not getting internet range and they could not attend classes because of that, because internet towers, they are not very much efficient in some very interior part of the city. So that affects education naturally. So this is quite strenuous. And even if the student and teacher as well sits number of hours in front of computers, so that may create some backache, headache, or some other disorders or physical disorders. So this is adding new pains, new diseases in the public. So this is quite harmful, and the only remedy is that to prevent COVID by giving vaccination. Then again, we come to the effects on women. Shruti Tambe madam, Dr. Tambe madam has covered number of things about women, but only I would like to say something that female workers in informal sectors where they work, they lost their job. They have no job security, and they are harmed by COVID-19. The female workers who are working in as a housemaid, on construction, a number of informal sectors. So they lost jobs, they had no jobs, and how they can live without job. So indirectly, their right to work and their right to work is stretched away due to the disease, and the right to life is affected. Okay, so we can find that even that some workers who don't have rationing card with them, they could not get government assistance while government was distributing grains last year, uh, grains to these people, etc. They could not get because of no rationing card. This may be stretched to the sex workers also, this problem, because due to corona and this disease, sex workers, they had no any income source, because and they no rationing cards also, so no one is paying attention to them, and this may create depression in the public. Again, another problem is related to agricultural workers. They waged and self-employed, sometimes they are waged and sometimes self-employed, are facing problem of poverty, malnutrition, and poor health, because under the period of corona, uh, during this pandemic crisis, no one is ready to work on farm agriculture, and they are not getting any laborer, and they are not getting any jobs also. So they are suffering due to COVID-19. It has affected even on senior citizens. COVID-19 has highlighted some of the major challenges for senior citizens. That is lack of socialization during lockdown, impact of mental health and sense of self-worth, dearth of specialist online platform that work well for the aged, then feeling of helplessness in time of major crisis. These problems, they are faced by senior citizens, and those people who are working in private factories, even IT field and other fields. In some cases, their payment is reduced. In some cases, they they are removed from their jobs, so they are also facing problems. In some cases, they are allowed to work from home. So actually it is very difficult to work from home, because those women who are working in a private company and they are allowed to work from home, they are facing double problem: work from home as well as work for home, because housemaids are not allowed. So they are under pressure. So all these problems are created due to COVID-19. Another thing I want to highlight is that about migration. Due to COVID-19, migration took place because of no jobs, salary reduction. The people, helpless people, they are living for their hometowns and villages, facing that they will lose their housing and livelihood if they remain in big cities. They face loss of job, income, food shortage, uncertainty of about future, no means of transport due to lockdown. Some migrant workers died due to lockdown and road accident. Yeah, what I have observed in last year, that due to no transport system, they went on foot. How much they could walk? You imagine. Migrant women workers falls uh, face losing their livelihood, suffering human rights violation. Many migrant laborers are attracted to big cities because of employment opportunities in different sectors, mostly informal sectors. They lost their jobs and they went to their home. Migrant workers are factory workers, construction laborers, rickshaw pullers, street vendors, unskilled office workers, domestic helpless, etc. Once I interviewed one rickshaw driver when I got one rickshaw. He told me, "You are the first customer to give me money. For a number of days, I did not get money. How can I manipulate my family?" Same is with cab drivers. Same is with others who are having in informal sector. So these problems are created by COVID-19. And one thing I want to highlight, that about third gender. This is the problem with third gender, that is they are suffering from anxiety, depressive symptoms, discrimination, suicide, and domestic violence. Social stigmatism forces Hizaras or third gender to earn their livelihood by doing informal activities such as collecting money from shops, blessings, newlywed couples, and newborn babies. Many earn money as sex workers. Because of lockdown, most third gender persons were anxious about money and food. They did not get support from aid program as they had no rationing card. Um, they faced mental abuse, but relatively few faced physical torture and violence. During lockdown, there was discrimination in who received primary health center treatment. It is challenging for third gender because hospital wards are classified for men and women with no center for third gender. They do not access medical health care because of discrimination and not having legal identification documents, and patients' rights violation in healthcare setting. Providers' insensitive attitude towards these people make them uncomfortable. So these are number of issues created by COVID-19. So these problems are not only with us, but also with other countries also, uh, with more or less difference. So if we want to come out of it, and if we want to have some lessons for from the two phases of COVID-19, And I have heard that, and also you might have heard that third phase is coming soon. So if you want to prevent ourselves from third phase, we have to do something preventive, and that is invest in healthcare infrastructure, particular at primary and secondary level, improve national doctor to patient to bed ratio. The doctor to patient ratio is less, so that should be improved, and patient to bed ratio should be improved, because nowadays patients are not getting beds, oxygen bed, they are not getting oxygen cylinders, and number of problems we are listening. To prevent future pandemic, more research needs to be done. We have to set up special public outreach workers for disseminating of healthcare information to prevent spread of fake information. We might have observed in TV also there are some fake information. So, and some people oppose to take vaccination because of fake information. So we should prevent such spread of fake information. Immunity building and long-term health needs to be a part of public health care program. Border control mechanisms need to be improved, and protocol for pandemics should be in place for the future. Strengthen indigenous medical device, drugs, and vaccines in manufacturing to become self-sufficient. Make adequate transport and ration provisions available. So all these measures we should take into consideration so that we can protect ourselves from the third phase of COVID-19. Because COVID-19 third phase is maybe more serious than the second phase. As we observe that second phase is more serious than first phase. Third phase may be more serious than second phase. So this is possibility, may not be, but we should have well equipped and well planned for facing the third phase of COVID. This is our requirement. And due to COVID is a big challenge for all countries. Due to COVID, number of things are disturbed, and our totally right to life, which is declared, and United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, they are in trouble. And we are not following the human rights because it is difficult to follow human rights under these circumstances. It's not possible to follow all constitutional provisions and laws regarding human rights under the COVID-19. So, I would like to suggest that COVID-19, though it has some negative effects are much more than positive effects, but it has some positive effects. You will be surprised what are positive effects of COVID-19. Yes, of course, COVID-19 has taught us to take care of ourselves, health, sanitation, etc., etc. Number of things it has taught us. We are remaining in family. Number of things we have COVID-19 has taught, and also we are alert about the third phase to face the third phase. Okay. So again, I would like to thanks all organizers, and I'm not extending my speech much because my colleagues already have covered a number of things in their speech. So I would like to thank you for your college and Dr. Sonkaskar madam and all your team, especially took a lot of efforts for organizing this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your chairperson talk. It was the core of our today's webinar. Now it's request to Watney sir to offer vote of thanks. Professor Watney sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Before my vote of thanks, I would proudly announce that there are 600 plus registrations from all over the world for this webinar. 100 participants are constantly joined on Zoom, and left who were failed to join on Zoom, they are connected with us on YouTube. Okay. I'm going to present my vote of thanks. Hello, everyone. Myself, Ravi Raj Vatne, coordinator of this webinar, here to present the vote of thanks for today's webinar. I would like to thank all our resource persons. Firstly, Ms. Plavini Pawar. She is in America, New York. In her busy schedule, she enlightened us. Professor Dr. Ivan John. John sir is also in Kerala, and in his busy schedule, he will enlighten us. Professor Dr. Shruti Tambe ma'am, very hurdle conditions of in her family. When I communicate with her, I observed that some of family members are COVID positive. Then also she delivered a lecture. Thank you, ma'am. Professor Dr. Manjiri Karekar, ma'am, especially thank to you because you in very short period you accept our invitation and guide us. And also thank you to Dr. PD Devre sir from due to some avoidable reason he can't join this seminar. But thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your knowledge. Today's webinar is full of knowledge and facts about pandemic of COVID-19, human rights, and it gives deep insight into the topic. I am pretty sure that the precocious knowledge that all resource person give us will definitely help us in current situation, in future also. I would also like to thank our principal, that is courageous woman. Many of resource person called her courageous woman. We also call her courageous woman, Dr. J.D. Sunkhaskar madam, and all the organizing committee members, co-convener Dr. Mangala Nikumba ma'am, IQAC coordinator Dr. D.N. Pawar, Dr. Amal Kotegaonkar. Big thank for you to technical support, all my colleagues, and also thank you to all the participants who are present for the webinar and paying their attentions constantly. I would like to announce one thing, that feedback form link will be available soon on our WhatsApp and Telegram groups. Okay, you have to fill that feedback book to create your e-certificate of this webinar. Okay, I would also end my vote of thanks here, and also I will announce that the all technical sessions are end of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All registered participants will get the certificates. Just go through the given link. Thanks a lot for being with us. We stop here. Take care. Stay safe. Good day.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, everyone.